Welcome in, everybody, to the 22nd, I cannot believe I'm saying that, but the 22nd iteration of Proving Grounds presented here on IPL Splatoon. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today is the illustrious Brush, and I know we're getting into this one quickly, so let's go ahead and take a look at our matchup here, Brush. The first one is going to be Orca Braceros versus Thembo IHOP.
Illustrious Brush. I'm going to have to change my Twitter handle after this. Oh my god. Hey, look, Thembo IHOP is a team we've seen forever even, in the world of Inkling Performance Labs competitive Splatoon. I'm pretty sure I saw them in Low Ink 3 years ago at this point. Orca Braceros on the other end, though, hey, they're a team that has been showing up and showing out recently. I don't know if anyone caught the SAC podcast on a little bit more than an hour and a half ago here on Twitch, but hey, they got a call out in SAC, and it, they've got some fans on the TO side expecting them to go far. So this is gonna be a fun matchup here.
Yeah, I heard nothing but great things about Orca Balestra, they're also called, I believe. So they've had some SOS results. They've had, of course, what you just mentioned, and then Thembo IHOP, and just taking a look at their roster and what they plan to be running, they've already got some potentially very wide ranges of weapons at their disposal. I heard talk about potentially an NZAP, maybe some double V shot, but we're about to find out. We're going to go straight into Rainmaker here on Undertow Spillway, and checking out the team compositions, we first see a Squiffer up to bat. We do indeed see a vanilla splatter shot there, and on the other side of things, going to be checking out a regular blaster, as well as things like that paint or that ink brush, and joining up with some dually squashers on top of that.
Going for pop early is IHOP, but it's going to quickly move the other way. Orca able to get some paint down, and that's where you see the extra paint from that splatter shot coming out. But it's going to be Soshi there, popping that Trizuka early, and they're trying to get a move on here with the Rainmaker, but they're now 2 down, and it's a lead 4v2.
Yeah, and speaking of twos, we have 2 down there on the side of Orca Braceros there, who jump out to an early, if not minuscule, lead as the Ink continues to trade back and forth here in mid. That's such a dance that happens on this map, is because you have such a small amount of real estate to work with that's bisected by this sort of ridge here in the middle. You really have to be careful with when you push in, which is why I think these teams are sort of building up their specials very carefully. We see Thembo IHOP with the tactical route, and now on the other side of things, Orca Braceros is going to have the Zipcaster. It will not quite work. The strong defense there by Len. It's going to still allow Orca to push forward here. They'll lose 2, including the Rainmaker, so no real push on the objective itself.
That was a big stop on that Rainmaker, but a little bit too quick. Moving back into mid is IHOP, and now it's Soshi once again finding 2, looking for the 3rd right there up front as the Rainmaker gets picked up. That's a full delayed wipe. It's just Tux left for IHOP. This checkpoint's gonna fall, and more points are coming soon.
Yeah, this is the more commonly used checkpoint here on the side of Undertow Spillway. They typically go left and use that uninkable pathway to try and get it into between the 20 and 30 range, but that bubble there from the blaster is going to provide some great defense in popping the Rainmaker shield, and thus giving some a little bit of turf advantage, at least, to the side of Thembo IHOP. And we spectate Len, who before was able to take out that Zipcaster, use the bubble in that defense, and now being marked there by the point sensor is going to have to work on things. It's a 60-point lead here in the first 2 minutes, with Orca Braceros really living up to sort of the praise that we briefly gave them in the opening part of the show.
I mean, look how yellow this turf is. IHOP has to fight so hard to get anything down, and the second one of their players gets picked, there's nothing left, and Soshi finds 2 inside the enemy bubbler. Oh god, I need to stop color commentating.
Yeah, using the special against them, really. You almost never get to see that interaction because bubble isn't all that common these days, but Bovis there on that ends up, as Brush predicted earlier, and is going to use that to sort of play that defensive supporting role there. Of course, we mentioned how map control is super important here in mid, despite the small amount that you actually have to use. Here comes the bubbler out on the side of Orca once again. Going to be really taking their time with things. They have a good amount of leeway to work with, though. Have to dodge the occasional splat bomb, though, and these point sensors really are kind of coming in handy to spot out these teammates that might be sharking to pick up the Rainmaker, and all they're really needing to do here is kill off a little bit of time. They've lost 2, though, so a great chance here maybe for Thembo IHOP to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, just picks back and forth so far, and every time a team looks like they're gonna have an advantage and a chance to move in, I mean, it's just been barely enough on the other end for some defense. So points here are still 60 for Orca, and you know, nothing for IHOP, but one push, and they'll be matching that quite easily if they can find an opportunity in, and that's what they're looking for here.
You know, we kind of talk about it and harp on blasters a little bit because they're not as commonly seen as things like shooter class weapons. As we see another push here getting all the way up to the checkpoint, but the blasters really excel at those indirect kills, which kind of started this whole push on the sniper overlook. There is an Inkzuka trying to defend things here, but they get taken down quickly, and that's going to be the lead for Thembo IHOP. They'll actually be taking the horseshoe-shaped turnaround here, little U-shape on the side. They get hit with a little bit of damage from the Squiffer, and then another final shot potentially from the Splatoon here will finish them off. But the damage already done. The lead here, the final minute for Thembo IHOP, and even a little bit of more time lost as the Zipcaster will help to take them down, but now the onus shifting back to Orca Braceros to try and claim this one.
Orca is going to need a lot here if they want to find the pick, though just a little bit on sort of that slick area will give it to them. They just got to find an opportunity soon. So that's what you see them doing up here, right? Pushing all the way up PETA on this Splatoon, doing a great job controlling terrorizing, Damp there on the ink brush on the other side of that sort of pillar. And now the Rainmaker's picked up and they're able to start to make a move. Trizuka online for them.
It's going to be Bovis once again on this Rainmaker here with 20 seconds left to go, and they get the early pick there onto the ink brush, so that's a little bit of momentum. They have the Zipcaster out as well, and they will continue to use this left-hand pathing here. They don't want to risk going on that 90-degree ramp. They're dodging not only the suction bomb with that wave breaker that looked like it was coming out as well. They still have it, and it looks like they may be able to force overtime here. One pick down aside, but they're going to get taken out at range, so as soon as overtime starts, it ends. And with a push at around the final minute mark, it'll be Thembo IHOP, despite the slower start, taking game one in this best of 5.
You know, this is the kind of stuff we see players like Surskit do so well with their blaster, and we see IHOP replicating that magic here, which is without a lot of paint on the ground, without a lot of turf. They're able to find the opportunities, find the small chances through, and take full advantage. That's how IHOP gets a lead and gets around, as you called it, that horseshoe area, that horseshoe turnaround, because with a little bit, they are able to do a lot more. So, you know, I called out earlier that the turf was yellow, and it was, but Orca just not able to take advantage.
What an unlikely thing. You know, can we talk about how unlikely it is for an auto bomb to end things in overtime? Like, how often do you see that? They're so busy dodging, like, these suction bombs and the waves coming out from the wave breaker, and a little chicken walks up to them and is like, hello, goodbye. So definitely an unexpected turn of events there. Not just the little auto bomb at the end, and fantastic job to that little guy for clinching game one for Thembo IHOP, but boy, Orca Braceros had so much momentum in the first 3 or 4 minutes there. Now we move to Clan Blitz Museum de Alfonsino. Definitely not an uncommon map and mode combination here. Definitely interested in what Orca will be looking for in game 2 here to try and right the ship.
Yeah, it's worth calling out here that Thembo IHOP has a roster of 6 players, and Orca here, for at least this proving grounds, operating with a core 4. So IHOP has a lot of room here to sort of sub players in and out as they need. And so it's really difficult if you're Orca to sort of pick a composition that's going to work well for you when IHOP has so many tools at their disposal.
Yeah, one tool that we're going to see consistently out of Orca is Jade on that Squiffer, showing up on Sendo.Inc as basically a Squiffer one-trick, not listing any other weapons to join with them. So she's going to be going over to that Squeezer. We will still be seeing a Splatana Stamper here coming out from PETA. And on the other side of things, we're not going to see that many compositional changes like the regular blaster. We had some interesting plays, especially that defense behind the Rainmaker checkpoint with the big bubbler that really helped. And Orca jumping out to the early lead in terms of getting map control in mid, as well as the clams, with a total of 14 so far.
Soshi coming out here with a squeezer as opposed to the splatter shot from last game, so that's going to give them a little bit more range damage. But trading off the paint, you would think, but it doesn't matter. It's already completely pink, and the basket is open here for Orca Balestra. Soshi does a great job on that front line. Once again, with the Trizuka as their special, though, going to go down, not able to find too much more here as this basket starts to close.
Yeah, if the killer whale didn't get them there, it might have been another autobomb splat there. But the push continues to go. I think part of that defense coming from the big bubbler on that Squiffer, and now Len, who also has a big bubbler at the ready, finally going to help to put the brakes on that first push. So once again, we see the strong start in the opening minute from Orca that lends well toward a larger set, especially when we're seeing best of 5s in the early game instead of best of 3s. And now they have the tactical buff to boot, making full use of these squid dodges and rolls to try and get around here as they lose one early. It's going to be the Inkbrush going down, but a nice direct there. You hear that sound, that satisfying noise to indicate a pick, and there's a second one on to Bovis, so a delayed double swimming through that point center without a care. This may start some, at least getting map control back in mid, and potentially a push here for Thembo IHOP, who's up to 13 clams in total.
Soda in there. Soda now gone from their veins, sorry, but Len still wants to make something happen here. A second juice online for their team, and specials at the ready for IHOP again. So they can start moving here as soon as they want to, but struggling a little bit to find the space in. Finally, though, that ball's going to get made, though. Tux is going to go down on that end zap, so not a ton of opportunities. Damp, though, with that ink brush, able to pop that basket, find 2 more picks, and that's a good damning push for Thembo IHOP here halfway through this game.
Yeah, Len just barely making the hero play there, and kind of lucky that they had a couple of clams right at their feet, because they were hovering around the 68 to 65 clam range, and if they were not able to put any more in, a tie, of course, would lend to the team that had already gotten to that point first, so Orca would have maintained it. But for now, the lead shifting back over to Thembo IHOP a little bit sooner than in game 1, and Orca wasting no time in popping some specials here. They're going to get this big bubbler. I love this positioning up onto this blockade, up on this box, where they can try and get some pot shots and at least play a little bit of a distraction role, as we see Bovis getting and now depositing this power clam. It's going to take away their penalty entirely, and they're 2 clams away despite 2 picks against them now from taking the lead, and they may not be able to get it. Jade having to back off here, not able to find any shots and having to play retreat, and despite getting a lot of their penalty down, just having 1 of 10 so far with under 2 minutes left, Thembo IHOP retaining the lead as well as half of their specials being on the board.
A great survive there from Jade and Bovis, I think, who both were able to avoid danger and get all the way back and allow sort of the frontline slayers. There's PETA able to get all the way back in their faces quickly, but not able to find anything off of it. And now it's Thembo IHOP's game once again, pushing forward, though a bubble versus bubble 1v1. That I think means you have to back up, as we see Len do there. So a textbook play there, but regardless, good stuff here as we're back into a neutral. And a minute and 20 left, and somehow IHOP is able to continue this pressure, keep finding picks, and Orca Balestra, who we expected sort of to be the instigators, are the ones on the back foot.
Well, and speaking of instigating, a weapon like the Inkbrush certainly does that, kind of not afraid to get up in the faces of the frontline defenders of the enemy team. And look at the distraction. They take so much damage there. They even have the power clam. They're distracting with that icon going all around the map. They take probably 80 to 90% of their health, stay alive, and they allow the rest of their team to go. They have 24 total clams, including 2 power clams, and that one will go in. It's a full wipe forced against Orca Braceros, and they're going to get even more on top of that, including the other power clam. They have 1 left. They get it all the way down to 15, and even with 35 seconds left, Orca Braceros scrambling, and with no time, no positioning, and no squids left to play defender, it just takes 1 more power clam for Thembo IHOP in a more dominant fashion this time to take game 2 and come 1 game away from a full sweep.
This is an insane showing from IHOP, just in terms of their dominance here, right? Their ability to keep the pressure, keep the momentum going, able to rotate back, respect, reflect, and recognize when they're no longer in a place to keep the gas on, and then find a way to keep it going and convert back into a push. So just some great stuff for IHOP here, and Orca Balestros needs to find a way through. You called out, right, that's 1 game closer to a full sweep. Well, Orca has a long road forward. They're gonna have to reverse sweep, get 3 in a row here if they want to find a way through.
Yeah, if you want to extend that allegory of long road, we were talking about before the broadcast got started, since this is the sort of 16v17, the closest seeded matchup here in round 1, the winner of this one's going to have to take on the #1 overall seed, who got a bye in round 1, that being InControl Red Sun. So they're going to be fresh. They're not going to have any sort of fatigue going into their first set of the day. But this is already being, pretty hotly contested. There's a lot of back and forth. In both games, Orca started off very strong and has had to sort of try and play their best defense, and it hasn't worked out for them so far. Both of these teams, interestingly, rely on some element of one-hit KOs. You have the Squiffer on one side, you have that Blaster on another, both with that one-hit KO potential. We take a look quickly at some of the other matchups on the board. We have a couple of 3-0s coming in. Mirror Illusion near the bottom part of your screen, coming in with a victory over their opponent, OK, that will send them on to play the number 2 overall seed in Shadowbolt, who also had a bye. A couple other buys coming through, teams like Nawal Gaming and Sweet Tooth getting a victory 3 over Checkmate. But now time for Game 3 as we move on here to Mako Mart. Let's check out what these compositional changes are. And from what I can see just at the start, I only see 1 or 2, both really on the side of Orca Braceros.
So here we go. Mako Mart Splat Zones is where we're going to have to go. And hopefully for Orca Balestra, they're going to have to get something moving here. And we're going to see that come out quick. PETA playing uber aggressive. This is the change they need to take on IHOP, though PETA's not able to find space, forced to back up into the enemy's spawn, which sort of you don't expect. And now finally trying to make a move in mid, though. They're going to struggle, though, with the hammer play, finding too early. What a great way to make me eat my words and find a way to flip the script here. Orca Balestros coming out swinging in this third game.
Yeah, not only do we need to call speedrun.com to get an official time on fastest time to make it to your opponent's spawn there as their reign of terror finally ends, but PETA getting essentially a delayed 3-down situation there despite the early grab of the zone from Thembo IHOP. Orca Braceros is going to take it off the back of that amazing Ultra Stamp and claim the lead. But now, speaking of Ultra Stamps, Damn going to force out not only a zone flip, but a pick there onto Jade and a second one under Bovis. So they say, you can do it, and I can do it just as well. That allows them to get rid of their entire penalty, and they're just a few points away now from Thembo IHOP reclaiming the lead and their chances at pulling off a sweep.
Lead swapped, but 2 down. That gives a player advantage to Orcas Balestros, and there's a full wipe in their favor without much to put in. So a lot of map switching here. We're going to see it turn orange quickly as Orca is able to push up and take space. You see Bovis there on the right side watching out for anyone's move, and specials need to be charged for IHOP if they want to weigh in. Though that pick is going to do an awful lot here for Thembo IHOP.
It always amazes me just how little of their spawn they actually paint, especially on a such centralized mode like Splat Zones here, and especially when they don't go back to their spawn that often. We have the Wave Breaker out that's already marked 1 or 2, and they've sent an essential hit squad after them, chasing them all the way back to Orca's spawn now, and Len, with that tactical rebuff, making full use of it even without the picks, just being that scary, again, that one-hit capable weapon. They've now gotten rid of their penalty again, and now it's going to be Thembo IHOP reclaiming the lead, not even halfway through this game. We might see another zone switch, though, as that's a 3-down situation. Orca Braceros comes swinging back here, and Jade with the Squiffer now in a situation where they might be able to sit on top of this box to their right here and try and pick on somebody that's either coming back to the zone or coming over onto that sniper perch with it, which they already see and have to back off a little bit as a result.
Everyone going down left and right. I wouldn't be surprised if the stat screens for these games have been insanely high, but what that means is that getting a lockout is going to be rare and really valuable. So when we start to see points ticking like they do here, 25 remaining for Orca, that means that IHOP has to start to move, but they're going down because lives are not being valued. Of 3v2 now, 10 ticks remain. It's just Tux trying to make something happen in Orange Ink. They're going to go down. Now one more Len in the zone, a blaster can't paint, and Damp Stamp is not going to be enough. So Orca takes game 3, gets their name on the board, and says, hey, you can play aggressive. Well, we have a Splatana wiper. We can too.
What a fabulous comeback there from Orca. I mean, that one, we sometimes talk about this idea of matches being pendulums, just swinging back and forth. That one was going at Mach speed for the first part of that game. So many lead changes just back and forth, especially after that exciting start where we saw PETA go all the way into their spawn, essentially, get 3 picks. Damp came back. They got some picks of their own. I think 2 there with the Ultra Stamp and claim the zone. We also saw almost a lead change at the very end from Thembo IHOP and Damp's Ultra Stamp there, maybe just a second or 2 off. This was the very end of it. You can see just how much of the zone they get, but maybe not enough time to turn to the right and claim that final part of the plus symbol there. So Orca not only avoiding the reverse sweep here, but proving that sometimes the more consistent teams in these sort of very quick back and forth situations are oftentimes the ones that come out on top.
Our control Manta Maria up next, and if Orca can keep up the aggression and keep Thembo IHOP sort of scrambling for those last-second stamp plays, well, tower control Manta Maria is one of those kind of snowbally tower maps where if you're just taking the one death that you don't want, it's all gonna fall apart. So Orca here in a great spot moving into this game 4 based on that performance.
Yeah, potentially pace of play changing here. We go from a rather, square-shaped type of map to a very linear one where you're on a fixed path and you sort of have to take your team fights when you're able to very carefully. Sometimes you have to just be scrambling back from spawn like both those teams were on Splat Zone's Mako Bar. But we see here, just how much of more open space they might have. The middle part of the map is so open, but because it's tower control, you so rarely get all the time in the world to stay there. In terms of team compositions here, we are going to see a swap onto, I believe, the Anarchy Splattershot Nova there from AJ, and we're still going to see Soshi on this 52 gal. PETA, instead of the Wiper this time, going with the Stamper. So a few micro adjustments. The final one I see, that Octobrush Nouveau, in fact, coming out from Thembo IHOP.
IHOP loses a single game and completely changes their composition. So they're going to be going into something completely new, and it doesn't quite seem to be working, at least off of that opening, because they're going to go 3 down early here as Orca able to grab that first checkpoint, and Soshi pushing all the way up, wasting no time to get in Thembo IHOP's face. So a lot of points falling quickly here. Thembo IHOP getting a little bit extra range in this composition, so we're going to have to see how they use it on this defensive.
Gal weapons on Manta Maria absolutely terrify me, and this is why. They can just be so offensively dominant. We see a 2v2 situation here. Damn, who was the last one alive initially, trying to get a pick there, but they were essentially in a 1v2, and PETA able to secure it. They also mark their next potential victim there, AJ, who has to back off as a result, and this push is going to keep going here.
25 ticks remain, and the last checkpoint here is the hardest to find, but if you're 3 down, it's going to be significantly easier. Juice online from Bovis's NZAP. Now the checkpoint through that third checkpoint, and 2 ticks remain. Bovis, 1 left on tower, and it's not going to find the KO. Tux coming in clutch there for that play, but oh lord, IHOP has such a battle here. They have to get all the way to 1 point. 3 checkpoints uphill.
Yeah, Thembo IHOP avoiding disaster, but Orca with an absolutely dominant display of activity there. I sort of agree with you saying, like, wow, we're seeing a big change in Thembo IHOP's comp, and I definitely see the vision of having the squid beacons for this map because you're just so far away when you come back from spawn. If you don't have a teammate to jump to, it's going to be a slog to get back to mid or wherever the tower is. As now Thembo IHOP getting their first chance to get on this tower here. They're past checkpoint 1 as AJ is going to fall. We see Len trying to peek around and get the couple of members of Orca that are just staying on this sniper perch, this overhead, but just don't have the range, get marked as well. They have to back off, but they are able to rally around that tactical. Or so really, you mentioned it as well, these pushes, it's so important to keep at least one person alive, which is part of why Orca was able to make their first push so impactful all the way up to 2.
Every time I look up at that, HUD, it feels like one player on IHOP is down, and that's why Orca Balestra is able to get away with doing these goofy plays. PETA holding forward into bunker, sort of on the left side there. You see Jade doing their own goofy thing with the Squiffer, and it's because they can get away and find ways to follow up these picks. PETA able to find 2, now in the Zipcaster looking for the 3rd. It's just AJ alive, and now unable to find the wipe, but still a huge play there from Orca Balestras as they're able to rotate around, keep their players up, and keep the aggression moving forward. They're once again pushing.
Yeah, perfect personification there of on the run as they were scrambling to get away from that Zipcaster, probably hearing the callouts that they've just been mauled by that same weapon from 2 of their teammates. But now the push going to stop briefly there as the tower still going to remain put, but they have the advantage still. They have a gigantic lead, and they're only looking to extend on it. And Jade has been able to build up this big bubble, not even wanting to use it on the tower, and it pays off as they get a pick on Damp, maybe not expecting that bubble to come there. It also has that beacon attached to it, so if anyone happens to go down in the next few seconds, they can jump back to this special. However, they will lose their Stamper here, so Soshi having to stay behind the splash wall and near the tower to try and make sure that they're not taken down early, taking some fire on, which is away from the tower, so good distraction point. AJ desperately trying to dodge and also maybe get a pick here, but not able to. They are able to claim the tactical, and for now at least, Thembo IHOP staving off what could have been a knockout push, but that's not to say how much work they still have to accomplish if they want to take this one here in the final minute.
AJ doing their best to put some paint down as their first real push, I think, is starting to get rolling here. They need specials, and they need them quick. So there's the first pick, and that's going to do a lot as AJ is able to get that special online, able to look for one in the inkjet, but everyone doing a great job hiding. Bovis on the right side now terrorizing AJ's respawn point. And finally, picks come online for IHOP. So they've gotten to this second checkpoint. They're able to keep moving here. The question, do they have the gas in the tank to find their way to the third?
Yeah, the ability of that weapon to farm Inkjet just staggering here as we now spectate Damp taking the rough end of a 1v2 there. So they're going to fall early, and that was essentially a 2-down situation here. They've just got Tux left on the tower. They force some jumps in, but Tux will go down as a result. They've got multiple coming out, though. They've got the big bubbler as well. They lose 2 members, but can they stay protected? No! Entering the bubble fearlessly is Orca Braceros, and with seconds left to spare and no one left to jump to, maybe one getting back on the tower to try and force overtime, Tux will fall as a result, though. Damn, trying to keep this one alive, but with the bubbler going online and the pick secured, only a matter of time for Orca Braceros to take game 4 and take this one from being down 0-2 to potentially being in a reverse sweep situation coming up in game 5.
Yeah, you never, ever see that third checkpoint falling on tower control Manta Maria. I mean, the fact that Orca was able to get through it like they did, it's a testament, I think, to sort of what they were able to pull out when they were on the aggression. They were able then to play the rest of the game sort of slower, because when IHOP got to that third checkpoint, they were throwing Tux forward. They were hoping that someone could make it through. They didn't have the entirety of that sort of pit area painted. So the way Orca's ability to move forward, take space, and lock out areas on that game, I think it's that long map style, as you called it out, and just an unfortunate, I think, composition switch for them at IHOP that match, sort of getting some more longer range weapons, but losing the aggression, and that gave a huge opportunity for Orca Balestras, which they took advantage of.
Yeah, and I think some great lessons on top of what you said to sort of be learned from Orca's gameplay there. You don't have to focus every single special you have on the objective on the tower. Like we saw there, I think it was Jade not necessarily putting their tower or their big bubbler on the tower itself. They put it on the box next to it. We're able to get a pick as a result and apply more pressure that way. You don't necessarily need to, because that kind of draws in everyone's focus, everyone's fire. The bubble can go down really quickly when it's being attacked by multiple targets. And then if you have multiple of your teammates on the tower, weapons like blasters or shooters with a high rate of fire could just kind of tear through your team when that happens. So as we move now to our Game 5, Rainmaker on a humpback pump track, the objective going to be free to move around a lot of different places besides that predetermined tower path that we saw in game number 4. So really it comes down to creativity there. Between Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, I think this map has lost one or two of the ways that you can sort of take this Rainmaker. I don't remember teams really going over to that far left-hand side small wall anymore. It really is sort of that 45-degree, almost, again, horseshoe-shaped turn on the right-hand side that you have to try and set things up, and it's just a straight shot. You can see, it's sort of like a lure. You can see that final Rainmaker checkpoint there at the very end, but you have to go through the enemy spawn point, which makes it so dangerous. But still, we see so many pushes on this map all the way to the end. It'll be so exciting to see how this one ends.
Well, if we know one thing about Thembo IHOP, it's that they know how to push around a horseshoe-shaped turn. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that here. Going back to a more traditional comp is Thembo IHOP, the Orca Balestra for the first time this game, pulling out a Tri-Slosher. That's Peta pulling it out there. You see them at the very top there on the left side. So we'll see how that's able to come into effect here as the Rainmaker gets popped early. A lot of paint on the ground for IHOP, but the Orca Balestra takes no time finding pick and finding paint of their own as they're already charging towards this first checkpoint.
So she started this set with Inkjets, or with Inkzukas rather, and they're going to end it that way as well, as they're able to sort of force a lot of pressure and get that first checkpoint, as you mentioned. Jade helping to clear a path and applying some pressure to Damp, who's kind of stuck behind that box. They can't really do anything, but they act as a lure. And Len able to get them with the Autobomb once again. How many Autobomb picks have we seen this game? Len trying to find the final pick there onto the Rainmaker, but they get down to 43 here in the first 50 seconds of this one.
Len doing a great job taking space, finding another pick there on Soshi in mid. Though with blue paint all around, they have to do a good job dodging, though. Another one falls straight in the same spot. Len blocking out that window area, now charging forward. There's another pick on Bovis. That's 3 back-to-back. Len holding space like a champ on that blaster.
Yeah, surprisingly, the sort of lack of range that this blaster has compared to others like the range blaster and the rapids is made up by the auto bomb. Who knew? It really is coming in clutch here. And Tux now coming forward here, and it's up to 40 here. So Thembo IHOP able to get the Rainmaker up to 40. Pita not able to secure things as they may get another push going here. Damp dodging around and still able to survive, and it's Len getting that first pick again, looking for a second one. Nice 90-degree flick. They get a couple of indirects, and it allows the Rainmaker to survive, but it's not quite enough there. They fall at the 21 mark. And maybe finally, after that pick on the Damp, who was trying to dodge down below that wall to survive, maybe now can Orca Braceros, after that great start, recuperate from having lost the lead so quickly after they gained it.
Pita going down in mid is going to put Orca in what is effectively a 2-player down situation. You know, one of their players trapped in that Rainmaker. So Orca trying to make up for that, charging forward, pushing ahead. You see that Inkjet come online, the killer whale for IHOP as a deterrent, though it's just Jade with the Rainmaker waiting for teammates to show up as well. Damp on the back line doing a great job there with Len on that blaster, forcing Jade into this corner. They're gonna stay alive, but not for long here as all of their teammates go down. AJ putting the stop to that there, and the Rainmaker in a tricky position now. If you're Orca, you have to really fight if you want to get another push move.
Yeah, look at where the Rainmaker is. I mean, how can you get out from there? You're literally tucked into a corner. There is no place for you to move. You can wait for your teammates to come through, but if they're not able to make the breach, if they're not able to go around that wall there and try and get some picks that way, you are really in a world of hurt, and that's exactly what happened. The Rainmaker resetting all the way back to mid here. Orca Braceros trying to push forward here, but it's Thembo IHOP getting a pick on the Rainmaker first. Damn, with their unpredictable movement, it will not be enough as not one, but two go down, and now a full light force by Orca against Thembo IHOP, and they have a chance to reclaim this lead once they pick up this Rainmaker in mid.
Jade looking for a pick with that Squiffer around the corner. They're going to get forced back to bombs, but not before finding a pick onto Damp. That's a 4v3 situation with the big bubbler ready. Inkjet online up ahead from Pita. That means there's a lot of space now for this Rainmaker to move. 8 ticks from an advantage, and finding another pick on Damp as Jade, and there's the lead. 3 down in favor of Orca Balestra. But the Rainmaker carry is going to go down. Bovis not able to stay alive through the madness, and with the pedestal painted, they have a wipeout, but once again, the Rainmaker's not alive. This game will never end. Finally, Bovis able to grab it, gets it all the way to 1 point. Still not a KO, but it looks like with a push ending there, plenty of points on the board for Orca as they look to have tried to secure this thing to the best of their ability.
These comps may at times look like your solo queue games, but I guarantee you this is not your average solo queue Squiffer there. These are ones that actually get results, and now it will take a full knockout for Thembo IHOP to win this game 5, and they're trying their best to secure it. They have the big bubbler online. The members of Orca trying to spot out the supporting acts there with that point sensor, but it won't be enough as we are about halfway through this Rainmaker pop, 30 seconds in. Now trying to see if they can pick someone off that's coming down from spawn. I think they got some damage there on the Pita, but just not enough. And Soshi, as they did these first couple of games, able to get the pick with the Ingzuka. They have the tactical rebuff as well and are trying to pull off a flank. They've got a little bit of real estate to maneuver around here in mid, and if nothing else, they're being a distraction here. 3v3 situation with nobody currently picking up the Rainmaker. It's likely going to reset back to mid, which will reset Orca's progress and Thembo's progress as well in trying to get back. It's a full wipeout, and I'm not sure they're going to have enough time to come back with this one. Orca Braceros picking up the Rainmaker, celebrating in mid here with some specials, and after going down 2-0 to start this one, it will be a full reverse sweep from Orca Braceros.
What a way to wake up. I mean, talk about sort of like, oh no, not for me, call an ambulance, not for me. I mean, just sort of out of nowhere, Orca here, able to show up, show out, out of, again, I keep saying out of nowhere, it really felt at the end of game 2, IHOP had pushed and tucked Orca Balestra into a corner, put them to bed, said, we'll see you next Proving Grounds. We'll see you Proving Grounds 23. But out of nowhere, you know, they woke up, they're able to find the aggression, find the ways to take space, find the ways to move around the map, sort of get around the blasters that IHOP was throwing in their face, get around the brush IHOP threw in their face. And with that, able to find wipeouts of their own, that leads to a win. That's a reverse sweep, and Orca Balestra moves on to face Red Sun.
Yeah, not an easy thing to go into after such a hard-fought full-time set there with Orca Braceros needing the last 3 games of this one to secure a victory. They now go on to see if they can pull off another even more grandiose fight against InControl Red Sun. They were the higher seed here, the 16 to Thembo IHOP 17, so they will end up securing a fantastic and close victory there. One of only, I believe, a couple matches that was left to play. We do have Half-Life against the Movement that I believe Half-Life, the 26th seed, is currently up 2-1 against the 7th seeded the Movement. Other places in the bracket here, we did see, I believe, an upset in one part of the bracket. It's KKSI getting a full 3-0 sweep against Crossfire plus Tryout. So a fantastic job by them. They are still awaiting the results from Swim, the number 9 seed versus Torrent. That one currently also was tied at 2 apiece. So we're awaiting the results of that game 5. And already a couple of round 2 results trickling in, including the number 2 overall seeded Shadowbolt, wasting no time coming off a bye in 3-0ing their opponent, Mirror Illusion, to move on to our 3rd round. So lots, Brush, to look forward to as we move ourselves into round number 2.
I think we're waiting for a match to finish up to hop into one of our own, but hey, I would love to know how that Orca Braceros InControl Red Sun matchup goes, because again, we talk about a tough fight, we talk about sort of what it took for Orca to wake up and find a way through. Well, Red Sun is cold, which is a funny thing I think to say about the Sun, but I mean, the number 1 seed here, they show up and just dominate, proving grounds after proving grounds after proving grounds, and SOS after SOS after SOS. So seeing if Orca Braceros can kind of find a way through and find a way to find the one thing to focus on, the one thing to sort of twist in their setup and you know, pave a way through. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, honestly, part of me is upset we don't get to see it.
Well, and it's not always easy, especially, you know, when you're not accustomed to a team, to sort of through the, you know, time you get to see them during a set, to sort of establish where their strengths are, what their play styles are, where they're contributing the most to the team. And with Orca Braceros, I think even more than Thembo IHOP, it was clear to see for me. Maybe that's, you know, because of their smaller roster, because they have 4 compared to 6, but you really did get to see the roles play out very well. Peta with the flexibility on the weapons, with that distraction factor, just getting up in the faces of Thembo IHOP, and so often being able to survive while causing that havoc. And then Soshi being on these heavy Slayer type weapons, using that Izuka to their advantage. I believe it was them who swapped over to the Squiffer for a while and was able to use that effectively, and then returning to what worked for them earlier in the sets despite the losses and making it work to secure that final game. Bovis really being, you know, a pretty heavy objective player and being able to make use of, you know, the time and space that their team is giving them and working off of those callouts to make it happen for their team. And then Jade, of course, just the absolute showcase on their weapon, the Squiffer, to really prove that, you know, for a team with not too much range going for them in most of their compositions, that they can make the most of the range given to them with that Squiffer. And I think having a big bubbler to counter the regular blaster that Thembo had really came in clutch there. And as I mentioned a couple times, using it in unconventional or non-objective based positions really was fantastic to see. And so I think a great opportunity for them. They really showed up in this case, and I think it'll be a fun set to see, you know, if they can come out and take a game or two, or even fully take down our number 1 overall seed for this tournament, InControl Red Sun.
Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting to call that out about the big bubbler, because I think that's a totally common misconception, right? That it needs to be popped sort of directly on the objective. You know, with it being on a weapon like Splattershot Jr., when we first kind of were launched into Splatoon 3 and we had to figure out the meta, I think there was this assumption that it had to be a special that helped the objective. You know, we often saw junior players carrying that tower, popping armor when they were going into a difficult choke point, just to take an extra couple hits to buff. And what sort of, I think it's taken a lot of players time to realize, but I think junior players in particular recognized it pretty quickly, is that it can be used as a tool for our front lines, who can sort of move ahead, take space, and if you can get the bubbler down in what I like to call a hot spot or a key position, not necessarily on the objective, your Slayers and the rest of your team is going to be able to take advantage of it way better and way more, I think, succinctly, and you know, just completely steamroll forward all the way through.
Yeah, the Junior feels like, again, another one of those weapons where you sort of have to fly by the seat of your pants, and you're almost playing at the same rate as your fire rate, where with those crazy amount of shots, you really have to sort of be that active. Not all weapons are like that. You know, maybe you could argue like Splatlings, some of them have like, you know, really high rates of fire once they get spun up, but they sort of play more like an anchor or backliner. But for Juniors, I mean, you really have to become inventive when you're that close to your enemy. But we do have our next matchup set here in round 2. So it is going to be a matchup of underdogs, as it were. Two teams that superseded the seeding in this case and were able to take down their higher seeded opponents. KKSI, as we mentioned earlier, getting a full sweep on the number 8 seed Crossfire plus Tryout, and then Torrent emerging victorious out of that set that we mentioned was 2-2 earlier, and Torrent, the 24 seed, beating Swim, who was the number 9 seed. So one of these two teams, they're actually in the same part of the bracket as the matchup that we just saw. So the winner of InControl Red Sun and Orca Braceros will actually play the winner of this match. So kind of following a nice little storyline here. Since we're already on the bracket, we can already see a couple of the matches that are, you know, that we were still waiting on and that have already gotten started. We see a couple in round 2, like Velocity currently being 2-up on Sea Bunny Plush. The number 14 seeded Eggshells, actually an upset in the making there as well, being up 2-0 on the number 3 seeded Nawal Gaming. As well as, you know, Sweet Tooth, the number 5 seed, being up 1-0 in their matchup. But to take a look at KKSI versus Torrent here, you know, we had a very closely seeded matchup in round 1. Now we go to two teams that are already playing with house money in this one, right? They've already sort of overcome expectations, and they're trying to make, you know, another fantastic push in this proving ground. So I'm very excited to see. We have another similar case as well, with Torrent having a slightly larger roster, 6 players versus 4 for KKSI, what that brings to the table and how wild and wacky their team compositions end up being.
You know, I think one of the most recent times I was on a Proving Grounds cast, I was sitting round 1 with 9 whole grains, and we broke the record for how many times can we read out the bracket. And I'm starting to get the same energy here as we slowly start to move towards getting round 2 moving. In that Proving Grounds, we had a 45-minute delay. You know, on this one, hopefully we're not there, because we're going to get to move into Clam Blitz Crab Leg Capital. Zach, I don't think I've ever casted this map.
This would be my first one as well. And you mentioned Chara's high-level sort of map preference earlier, and sort of the research going on with that. I remember another production did like a survey, and I love seeing those results. I love hearing the feedback from players, especially at the high level, of like, okay, what map and modes are working for you? What do you want to see at the high level here? So to see, you know, what's sort of shaking out for the newer maps, including a Crab Leg Capital, is really interesting. And for us to start on Clam Blitz as well, because if we make it to game 5, we go to Mako Mart here. And with this one, with Mako Mart, I know for sure you barely have any real estate to work with. You're just on a straight line, essentially, from mid all the way down to either side with the barricade. And with this one, it's sort of more of a diagonally shaped map. It's a very interesting, map layout in and of itself. But to start on this one, you have varying levels of teams getting to experiment with it, to try out different strategies. And we come back to the weapon compositions, right? Are they going to, teams sometimes either go with what they're used to and feeling, or they go with what the meta dictates. Sometimes it's the map. So let's see if this time the map helps shape what they're going to be bringing to the table.
Lots of shooters coming out. A departure from the last set we saw here, Zach. But a slosher on the side of Torrent, that's going to give them those ink strikes and the splat bomb. So a nice ranged weapon there, especially on a map that is so vertical. And with those grates, that can be devastating from the ground.
Yeah, and an E-leader coming out as well. It's going to be from the side of KKSI here. Silver backing off there with the Splatana Stamper, sees the slosher that you were just talking about on the side and gets a nice direct to finish them off. They have the Zipcaster as well, which has received its fair share of buffs. Not going to get the opportunity to use it as they get Trizuka'd, and it's just trades going back and forth here in the early part of this one. Potentially KKSI emerging out on top here, and with that range pressure, not just from the E-leader, but also potentially from the Stamper and that Zipcaster. I'm not too surprised that they're able to find picks just like that one on the Onkar.
Kiki with the beautiful splat there from the scoped E-leader. That's going to distract for long enough for Eevee to open up that basket. And it looks like all the squids coming from every angle here as KZRR able to find something crazy there on the left side, though. Not enough gas in the tank, and KKSI is going to have to back up. But what a crazy interaction that was. Able to find a way through, distract long enough, and, you know, a flank from all sides.
Yeah, unfortunately, just able to get the power clam in, and it doesn't seem like the Trizuka on the side of Torrent is going to result in much. Silver able to pull off a nice, cheeky little dodge there to get up on top of the higher ground, and you really do have to have those movement techs in your back pocket when you're playing a weapon like the Splatoon Stamper that, especially with that Zipcaster, loves to be flying around. A couple of picks, though, coming out against KKSI. They're going to get a counter one into Abraham, but no room to maneuver around as the Splat Bomb will be taking them out. Abraham getting their revenge there, and that's one of those things Slosher players love to do, is just get picks where you least expect them, or even try to get a one-shot splat by focusing targets that have already taken just a little bit of damage.
Now it's Torrent pushing ahead. They've got lots of paint down, and they've got 2 picks now to follow it up. There's the ball going in by CJ, and a lot of more clams on the way. 3 more coming in, though with a full team online for KKSI. Not a lot of space to do so, so a 4v3 situation now. Torrent keeping the pressure on, trying to control this clam economy, doing a great job. Look at them on the top right area. Josh able to find clams and find space. Now it's going to be Eevee who forces them to back up at 62 points, and that's a huge first push here. We're halfway through this game, though.
You know, Brush, we were talking about, I remember you speaking at the beginning before we got started about the NZAP and how, you know, likely we were to see it. And, you know, just looking at the ups and downs that special's undergone, especially in 5.0, you know, to still see it out here proves that it really can be a game-changing special. And even just looking at the couple of tier lists that are being posted around Twitter to see that it is still being rated highly among the plethora of specials that are in the game. King KZRR having to try and dodge around this unequal surface, but the suction bomb with just a wide enough range to get that pick. That'll be 2 going against Torrent here, who's been able to manifest the lead here, but with under 2 minutes left to go, KKSI finding something here. Eevee trying to get around the sloshes, and I thought they might fall off the map there. They'll just not have enough to get the pick, and Abram once again, even with a weapon that fires somewhat slowly, finding ways to stay alive and make use of the range that the slosher provides.
That spot on the top right is really just commentator bait. It really does look like you're gonna fall off the map, Zach. But it doesn't matter here, as Torrent able to find a pick just through all the madness. They're now going 2 down. It's gonna be KKSI taking the advantage. Silver, though, going down picks left and right. No one has a clear advantage. Torrent, though, really wants it as they have this ball ready, though not a ton of other clams to follow it up. They're looking for a way through, trying to find an opportunity. They need to take control of that top right. Josh popping that Trizuka, trying to get it going. Finding a pick on Kiki's a good start.
How do you not love that positioning there? That box almost perfectly covers basically their entire body and what looks like part of their head. So all they need to do is jump a little bit when they're getting those shots off, and they absorb a lot of damage that the box will take, and they're able to get a pick as a result. Abram perhaps being a bit too overly optimistic there, taking the brunt of that suction bomb, which results in them getting taken out. And Torrent, a huge wasted opportunity there as they lose not 1 but 2 power clams that appear as though they'll be despawning. And now it's going to be KKSI in the final 35 seconds here, still needing the lead, but having gotten that defense forward, and also with the tactical buff at their disposal, and the bombs, Brush, are just wreaking havoc here. I can't believe how many suction bombs and even splat bombs are getting picks in this one.
A 4v4 situation, and KKSI needs to find a ball and 3 clams to find the lead as 15 seconds tick down from the clock. But the first thing they need to do to get that overtime is assemble a ball. There it's gonna be on the back end. Kiki with that E-leader able to carry one. Now picks are next, but with a special advantage hugely in the favor of Torrent. The Trizuka ready. Josh looking for an opportunity to try strike, and finally 2 picks come out for Torrent. No need for the special usage, and it's Kiki going down to the special. That's a 2v, that's a delayed wipe, I think on both sides, as overtime comes to a close. So it's gonna be Torrent taking game 1. You know, and not a high scoring game, Zach, but you know, keeping those pushes, I think, small and slow and steady, means that you kind of get to sit back if you're Torrent and you find the lead, and not have to, you know, expend resources to get things moving.
Yeah, what a juxtaposition, I think, to the first set that we saw, where there were a lot of lead changes constantly. We were very much so back and forth. We saw pushes all the way up to 2, where we saw, on the zones map, we saw frequent lead changes here. Not so much here. Maybe that's just a product of Clan Blitz, but it felt more a little bit like deathmatch here in the middle part of Crableg Capital here. So lots of trading back and forth. The Trizuka doing a lot of work, the various bombs doing a good bit of the work here. We saw some fantastic movement as well, mainly by the Splatana Stamper and the Slosher. Those are two weapons where there could be a high skill ceiling for movement in particular. And, as a newer map, I do like that those sort of cheeky ways to get to different parts of the map are available with the right movement text. We saw that one bounce sort of off the box to get up onto the higher ground. I love seeing that. And a nice change of pace to see that, we don't always have to see a lead change or score adjustment every 20 to 30 seconds. It could just be a nice back and forth display of skill, and probably a pretty high amount of splats compared to deaths in this one for both teams, I think, as there was a lot of carnage in the middle of the map on this one, and sometimes with the Zipcaster or the Trizuka even in the spawns of both respective teams.
One thing that both of those teams proved they were good at is on the defensive, holding space and not letting anyone through. And that's what Splat Zones is all about. You get control of mid and you have to lock out. You have to keep your opponent at bay, make sure that they can't find a way in. I think Inkblot Art Academy is very similar to Crableg in that when you're holding that important area, when you're holding the objective, by your basket, or in this case, by your zone, it is really easy, I think, as long as you use your range. We saw the E-Leader come out from Kiki. If you use your range, really, it can be quite difficult to find the resources to get a move on and drop back into mid and paint the zone. So KKSI down that first game, but I can totally see them having the right skill set here to get a strong lockout and hold it for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely see your point. I think with the exception of the building that's in front of each respective spawn, you are seeing that similar sort of downward sloping pattern where the middle of the map tends to be sort of at your somewhat lowest elevation. So you really have to be careful with your positioning because you could be locked out so easily. The ways to get back into mid are so predictable on a smaller map like this one. And to take a look at what the weapons we're bringing to the table here, some adjustments being made to where we're going to see now a sloshing machine Neo coming out from EB. They're going to have the Trizuka, so double Trizuka composition, as well as we're going to see Kiki on that Z plus F splatter scope, and already a couple early picks forced out against Torrent there, as they're going to need to rely on the Crab Tank to try and not lose control of the zone. Too little too late, however, as KKSI gets us started first.
Burning that special is going to be huge for KKSI because now Torrent needs to charge up more specials from less, though. I mean, that splash charges it so quickly. 2 down, though, on the other side of the map. Looks like a lucky bomb there. Found a couple. And KKSI no longer quite able to hold the left side, but a beautiful pick from King. And that's going to mean Tri-Strikes are able to back them up, and they're able to terrorize this left tree area. Now 50 ticks remain. We're not even 50 seconds into this game, Zach, and we're looking at KO territory.
Yeah, something that we haven't seen much of in this tournament so far comes out in spades here, is multiple Tri-Strikes coming out in a small amount of time here. 2 down against KKSI, but that's going to be a great pick by KZRR, forcing their way up the ramp, not able to get the final shot there on the Torrent, but doing the damage there, and most importantly, avoiding a penalty now. Now KKSI can stay with their foot on the gas instead of having to put it on the brakes. The Sloshing Machine Neo, granted, has never taken it off the gas. They've been ahead of this zone the entire time.
Oh, Silver with the beautiful splat. Now 10 ticks remain. Ink-Strikes come out to neutralize, but there are 2 down in favor of KKSI. A last-ditch effort push on the left side from that end zap, but it's too little, too late. That game lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds, and KKSI has won it. I mean, a totally different game from our game 1 here, Zach.
Adjust, adapt, overcome. The motto here for KKSI as a more than dominant, I would say, an emphatic performance in game number 2 there. And a lot of that perpetrated, I think, by Kiki, sort of the silent hero in the back line there, sort of where they want to be, but also just getting some important picks and not being afraid of getting into the zone and sort of getting their hands dirty a little bit, playing on the objective, even though they're a charger, not constantly staying up on top of that overhang area. and really, look, you can see them on the right-hand side of your screen there. They're helping to paint the zone. They're looking for folks from Torrent that are dropping down. They're able to get a pick, I think, onto the ends up there with the help of KZRRR, who was really, along with the Sloshing Machine Neo, and really Silver, too. You can see them trying to get a couple of picks here and distracting members of Torrent from getting down this right-hand side uninkable ramp, so they're not able to have an effect on the zone. They just don't have the range for it. Their longest range being the Slosher, and that thing can run out of paint somewhat easily, so they're really backed off. Great choices, I think, weapon composition-wise for that map. And now, as we go to a map that sort of opens up a little bit more and to an objective that moves around from mid, we'll have to see which team can adapt and overcome here on Game 3 Tower Control on Hagglefish Market.
You know, there really is this hive mind effect you find with the meta shifting, especially after these updates, but you know, just with Twitter culture on Splatoon world in general, right? Is like you find the thing that works. We saw early Splatoon 3, it was like double crab machine, and that's what you have to run. Until people were like, wait a second, guys, like, we can change it up and beat that. And sort of that's what you see here. We see a very, very, very traditional Splatoon 3, September 2023 comp coming out for Torrent. And KKSI says, hey, we're going to run a charger. And you're going to have to deal with that. And it works on map modes like Splatoon's Inkling Art Academy. It worked to some extent on Clam Blitz Crab Leg, but I think teams are still figuring out how to take the important spots there. But a map that's been around since the start of Splatoon 3, over a year now, is Tower Control Hagglefish Market. And again, it's a map that favors those chargers.
If you play pretty much any Splatoon tournament, you're going to see this map. It is a beloved map. It has become one of the front runners as far as a favorite in the minds of the Splatoon 3 community here, so you will see it often. And as far as what we're seeing from these teams, KKSI going to run with basically what they ran in Game 2 here. They're going to bring back the Sloshing Machine Neo. They're going to bring back the Z+F Splatter Scope. And on the side of Torrent, feeling pretty confident with the triple shooter. They're going to stick with the Slosher as well. I think it did great in Game 1, that verticality, but you just don't have that necessarily as much on a map like Hagglefish. So interested to see how they're able to make it work on this map, and they will lose 3 members on the side of KKSI. So it looks like Torrent, at least for the moment, has found their footing.
A little bit of indecisiveness from King KZR means they're not there for the fight, though. Able to retreat back into mid and find 2 is enough to slow down Torrent on the respawn. Now KKSI is back, but with specials online for Torrent. There's the crab on the tower, though, pushing ahead with really no one behind them. That allows EB an opportunity in. Those specials galore, and EB struggling to find a way through. That's all of Torrent's gas, though, and with 2 down, it doesn't look like it's enough to continue this push.
Yeah, this has been, I think, EV's playstyle this entire time, is they just bum rush straight past mid. They're like, hey, look at me, look at me. They even, sometimes purposefully, it looks like back themselves into a corner. It was the same way on Inkblot, but they draw a lot of attention. And now it's allowed KKSI to get this push going. Silver now free to use the Zipcaster and try and be a distraction themselves. Not finding any picks yet, but still able to really allow this tower to continue moving, not allowing Torrent to push forward at all. They get a pick as well before finally going down, and it just takes so much focus away from that tower. That checkpoint 1 has already been cleared, and a nice lead and counting from KKSI.
Right, I mean, not every special's job is to find picks. Sometimes it's a distraction, and sometimes it's a position-based special, and that's exactly what Zipcaster did there. It forced all of Torrent into one spot, so that way the rest of KKSI would be positioned to take advantage. Torrent, though, did a great job recognizing that, able to rotate back around, find picks of their own, and get out of that pickle, though, not before a checkpoint falls, and 40 ticks remain for KKSI.
Yeah, this is what you're used to. A little bit more on the lead adjustments here. So we're now past the halfway point as far as the biggest lead. Both teams going to lose their Slosher players here in the early part of this one. Tactical rebuff still resting on the side of Torrent, and they're able to jump back with this crab tank online and holding down the tower. They find a couple of picks here. So Kiki now driven back by the exceedingly long range there of the crab. One of the only things that can challenge them in terms of a range battle here. And you just look at how much map control they have, and a second tacticaler now back online, able to farm that up so quickly, and that's part of what makes the NZAP so influential in this meta, despite some of the nerfs that it's undergone. They'll lose 3 members, however, so it will be KKSI finally stopping this one, and not a moment too soon, although maybe a little bit left in the tank. Silver putting a stop to that one with a cheeky double.
I mean, what a back and forth moment that was. On card with a little bit of a movement difficulty, though. not able to come back around, and Torrent now pushed all the way back. They still have 2 minutes left, so they can replicate that magic, find a way through, find opportunities in it. It's gonna be good for them. They got that first checkpoint down, and that's all that matters. But KKSI recognizing, seeing their own opportunity, they're gonna push forward. And with Kiki set up, it's gonna be difficult for them to find a way.
Onkar just going to come out of that crab tank there. One of the members there still hanging around close to where Onkar would like to stay on that uninkable tarp there, that overhang, but marked, so they're not going to be able to pull off any flanks. Speaking of that, Silver trying to get up close and personal with the backline of Torrent, as now KKSI going to get another push started, and they will once again lose their slosher first. They'll have the tactical rebuff, but it's being beset upon by this triple ink strike, and now the Zipcaster coming out once again. Silver doing such a good job of consistently building that up, dodging around the shots of this Trizuka, and even getting a pick there onto Onkar, and using just this little wall there to make sure that their dropping point was covered there. Nice pick there onto CJ as well. 3v3 situation, but with less than a minute remaining, KKSI doing exactly what they need to and not being afraid of making further pushes, even if they lose most of their members.
That was a pretty copy-paste push from the first one we saw, and what do you know, no more points are going to be found for KKSI on it. But now back in mid, a huge double there from King KZRRR with that Trizuka. That's going to flip the script and make sure that Torrent doesn't have a way through. Now a little bit staggered is Torrent. EB finding another Trizuka of their own online, finding more, looking for it on the above, not able to quite find the pick. And they're able to sit back 2 picks down. That's a 4v2 situation with 10 seconds left. They don't even need to push this tower anymore. They just need to play calm, and they have the lead.
Oh, it looked like Eevee got the hit marker there on one of those Trizuka shots, but they're not able to survive. And here comes the Trizuka to try, or the Tri-Strike to get them off the tower, and it does its job. There's nobody able to get quite there. We even see the Zipcaster kind of hanging around on the pole of the tower there just to secure things here for KKSI, and that will do the job. Not really much of an overtime opportunity there, as KKSI from a tied set takes us to a 2-1 lead and comes 1 game away from moving into round 3.
I mean, that was once again, I feel, an example of KKSI finding a way to really get that lockout and get it solid. We saw it come out in the middle game. We saw it here again at the end, right? Able to recognize when they have the advantage, when they have the lead. We just need to sit back and play patient, because we know that Torrent's going to get desperate. They're going to throw resources too quick, too soon, whatever it is, and sort of go down attempting to find that switch. Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, again, a little bit faster, a little bit, I think, more of that Clamblitz crab leg gameplay style, but I mean, KKSI, sorry, feels like they found the magic, they found something, and they're able to just synergize a little bit better.
You want to talk about pretty iconic map and mode combinations here in Splatoon 3, Rainmaker, Scourge Gorge, and you could argue Clamblitz as well really has cemented itself as one that has been harkened back to and referred back to in many different tournaments, and this is going to be no exception here. You have lots of area to maneuver around in. You have some nice high ground for your charger players or longer ranged weapons. If you have a crab tank that wants to make use of that space, they're certainly able to. That first checkpoint going to be just a little bit up front from where the barricade would be on Clamblitz, so you have to go up that ramp in order to make it there, but there's really only one main option there, and that's because you have to go down and then back up the ramp to get it to its ultimate destination. Will we see a knockout? It's not likely, but anything could happen as we take a look at the weapon composition.
A lot more of the same coming out, though, this time around. Kiki opting to switch to the vanilla splatter scope. With that vacuum, that's going to be big on the defensive. But a double splatter shot comp there from KKSI with the double tri-strikes means that they're going to be able to pop them real quick. King KZRRR finding one, a silver finding up another. And what a great opening there for KKSI.
How quick do you want it here? That was, what, 10, 13 seconds? And Silver already doing what they do best, getting right in the faces of the members of Torrent. That's going to be an easy burst onto the checkpoint there. They're going to get the Rainmaker shield popped once again, and Kiki doing exactly what they need to provide that pressure. They're not quite built up to their ink back yet, but they have an opportunity to do so. Eevee providing a little bit of pressure against that crab with their Trizuka, and now KZRR allowing the jump-ins to continue. So Rainmaker going to reset, but a good early start here. One other thing I want to mention too, you know, we've seen such a stray away from last-ditch effort, which was so strong for the longest time. I think only one member out of the 8 players running it, and 4 have shifted over to comeback for their headpiece now. So same sort of idea, but really trying to make use of the ability to get back into the fight sooner. You have to watch out though, because Kiki's going to be running that respawn punisher, as so many Charger players do, to make it even worse if you go down to them.
So many Tri-Strikes coming, or sorry, not Tri-Strikes, oh my gosh, Trizukas coming out this game. You know, we were a minute in and that was the 4th usage I saw. So now finally though, Torrent able to get a little bit of back of their grips onto this match and slow it down, but time is bleeding from the clock, and Torrent, they're backed up again. KKSI continuing to apply this pressure, keep the momentum forward, and forcing Juice to be popped on a defensive is not where you want to be if you're Torrent and you're 2 minutes into this game.
That idea of defense wins championships only really works out if you have even a little bit, a semblance of offense to back it up. And right now, Torrent's not been able to find no pushes successfully on the Rainmaker so far here, but this could maybe be an opportunity here. It's 3v3, and they have one of those Trizukas at the ready here. KZR are going to try and shut down anybody that might be hovering around this checkpoint, but to no avail. So they're just going to kind of babysit where the Rainmaker has been popped and prevent Torrent from coming out of their spawn. They almost get one who pops a Crab Tank almost in desperation, and they're going to live as a result. They also get the Tactical online. So now things are shifting, but still a 2v2 scenario here. Josh really going to have to try and find something here. They see Silver behind this pillow, and they're able to get them off, not able to go down to the suction bomb either, as they were maybe hoping to do. Trades abound here, which benefits KKSI much more deeply, and those benefits are going to extend past the halfway mark to around the 210.
Right, trades are going to go to the team who's sort of defending their lead, and that's KKSI here. So every time you see 2 down on that scoreboard, it means a lot for this team who's able to just stall the clock out and make sure that not much is happening, which is a lot for them. So now 2 minutes left on the clock, a minute again bled. And KKSI still has their hands and just able to completely control mid. You see, it's only Kiki on the back line, you know, applying pressure from afar, and the rest of KKSI is able to hold forward and hold space, though. It looked like that's changing now as Josh going down for the trade on Kiki, but a checkpoint falling in favor of Torrent, and they're able to find the lead.
It doesn't matter how late you do it, just matters that you do it. Torrent able to not only get that checkpoint down, they're able to claim the lead. They'll pay for it, but it's going to be a worthy cause there. Abraham looking for the pick, and they'll find a trade, but this time the trade's benefiting Torrent, who, in similar fashion to what we saw in that first set of the day, are going to take up until that final minute and a half to really come through on the objective side of things. But if their defensive play can hold strong, as it pretty much did throughout the first 3.5 minutes, this one could go their way here. And one of the biggest things they'll have to look for is a pick on Kiki, but this time Kiki getting the pick for KKSI. They have the ink back at the ready. This is a dangerous combination.
Zuka's ready for both teams, and Kiki finding a pick through the back on the back end, though no lead is found here for KKSI as the Rainmaker carry goes down. 30 seconds left, and it's going to be Torrent pulling the Rainmaker back. Abram making it sure it gets out of there, though going down is going to leave KKSI an opportunity to get one more push, though no specials are at the ready.
Yeah, not much of a better start there for KKSI than if the Rainmaker were at mid. That's a great ideology there to just get that Rainmaker no matter what down. And Eevee getting 2 picks with the Ink Zuka. That's going to make it harder for Torrent to defend here, but they're pretty close to their spawn, and they have time and opportunity to jump in. Onkar staying alive for them behind this barricade so that they can do so. Now entering overtime here, and the Ink back once again at the ready here for Kiki on the side of KKSI, looking to get the lead here and try and close this one out, but Kiki goes down. They're not going to be able to use it, and a 3-down situation forced here. I believe that's going to do it there. An all-important pick, basically a blind one over that wall, is going to help secure things here as Torrent, with an overwhelming defensive effort, forces a Game 5.
And so here we go, back to Clam Blitz as Torrent is able to hold on a little bit longer. KKSI, you know, they played that stally middle game and it backfires because Torrent finds one opportunity through. So a dangerous game to play, Torrent able to take advantage, and they're moving to a game 5.
Yeah, look at these shots. I mean, they're just barely able to see one. Gets the pick there on the Kiki. That was the blind one there, the second one that they just shoot over the wall, knowing that there has to be some backup coming, and they find it. Nobody able to play protect the president there. Only needed 7 points in total, but just a fantastic job there. And we're going to be getting into game number 5 here. We'll be moving to Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. I think I've said both Mako Mart and Mako Mart. Depends on how you want to see it. I think both are correct, to be honest. I'll go ahead and say it how you will. But this is going to be an all-important game number 5 here. And Mako Mart, you know, we looked at splat zones earlier for this one, that plus-shaped zone, and how much emphasis was placed in the middle of the map. You see how for the ink trails and for what happened in the early part of the game, we saw, you know, one member in that last set on Mako Mart barreling to the enemy spawn and really leaving nothing in their own. And it's going to be sort of the same mentality here. The only difference is you're going to have to kind of venture around a little bit to find where these clams may be hiding. It doesn't matter how large of the total amount of clams that you have is. It just matters how you're able to successively get them into the basket. I think that's something that some teams struggle to do consistently. And there aren't really as many great entry methods as maybe in Splatoon 2 Clam Blitz. You don't have things like Baller. You don't have things like Bubble Blower to try and get in. So you really have to plan those carefully and methodically. You know, we've seen teams use Booyah Bomb, but we haven't really seen that special a ton in Splatoon 3, or at least in this meta, rather. We haven't seen a ton of Tri-Strike, although there has been some in these latest games. But here we go. It's going to be game 5. Let's check out what these weapon compositions have to offer us here in this final game of the set.
E-Leader coming back out, and it's the scoped variant, so that's a ton of range for Kiki there on the side of KKSI. I keep mispronouncing it, but once again, the double splatter shot means a lot of Trizukas for that team. The KKSI has a lot of ways to get the momentum moving and start going and start their pushes.
Back to the street where we began, or back to the weapon where we began, that being the E-Leader here on the side of KKSI, as we see KZRR get a pick there onto Josh. The Trizuka has really been a story of this one, getting tons of offensive pressure and advantages for the teams using them, so much so that KKSI has defaulted from running 2 vanilla splatter shots to try and make use of them. You can see just how much of mid they've been able to secure, but that's a nice pick there by CJ, a support player getting an important early pick here, but KKSI gonna have the Zipcaster to try and defend themselves. Silver getting one pick of their own before they even make use of it, and both teams kind of at a standstill. You really do have to measure that balance of playing the objective, finding those clams with how much you can slay out, which can make Clam Blitz so difficult to achieve a great score on.
And this is what we saw last time they played Clam Blitz as well in game 1, is that both of these teams are timid to push. They're worried that the one time they try to get momentum moving, they're all going to go down. And as soon as KKSI had something going, had that power clam ready, they go 3 down, and Torrent is the one with the advantage. But they're not pushing either. They have the juice online, they have the tri-strikes, so that's going to be the basket opened, but they don't have too much follow-up. Though 54 clams, as I say that, that's significant.
Yeah, Torrent's game has just been all about biding their time, play a defensive style, and then wait for the right moment to push. And when they strike strong. That's going to be all the way past the halfway mark, down to a score of 42 here as we're about 2 minutes into this one, a penalty of 29. So now KKSI, who, as we mentioned, got a nice start off early. They had a good amount of map control. And this is sort of a similar situation to the beginning of the game. Now Kiki is in an advantageous spot here. These boxes in mid that allow them to see multiple angles being guarded as well by Silver on that Splatana. So lots of opportunity, but Silver goes down. They don't have a ton to work with here. They did have 16 clams, but they're going to lose the carrying numbers of them. So they're once again going to have to back off as they maybe overextend a little bit, or Torrent just plays that strong of a defensive game here.
Abrin now on the left side trying to stay alive. KKSI with 2 massive X's on them with those power clams. They're the ones who somehow find the advantage here and push forward as Torrent is forced back into this bunker area. Juice online for Torrent, but 1 clam in, the second one on the way. This lead looks like it's ready to flip, and 1 more clam would have tied it, but a full wipeout for Torrent. Carnage by that goal, and Torrent hangs on. 2 minutes left in this game.
Boy, close as close can get, and Torrent, it seems, likes to live dangerously, but not making poor use of the time they've been given either. 18 total clams at their disposal. They'll lose some of those as they lose their slosher player, who's unfortunately been one of the first ones down. We saw that with the sloshing machine Neo earlier as well. Slosher plane going down. They're also going to lose 2 more members, the Enzap and that splatter shot, the only splatter shot on the side of Torrent here. So now KKSI maybe with another opportunity to push forward here. They're having to deal with that crab tank first, who was in a pretty advantageous position, but they appear to be dealt with now. So that's going to be not 1, not 2, but 3 players going down on Torrent. It's just Joss staying alive, and technically they're marked by the power clam. So while they hold it, they know where they are at all times. Kiki able to get the wave breaker down as we're getting closer and closer to that final minute. It's going to be a testament to KKSI to see if they can pull off getting through their penalty and retaking the lead as well.
1 minute remains, and Josh is forced all the way back by their basket, trying to deal with a flanker, though finding the pick finally leaves a 4v1 situation. Make that a 3v1 though, as this crab slowly gonna be able to get out of it and throw the clams, and there's the follow-up ball. That's the lead in favor of Torrent with 40 seconds left. Encar's not done though, and though I take that back, sorry, jumping out, they're very done. Torrent's pushed down to 22, though giving KKSI 1 more opportunity.
Gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them, as they say, and they knew exactly when to fold them, and they retain a good portion of their special as a result. 20 seconds left to go, and 18 clams here for KKSI. They've got what they need here in terms of the objective. They've got the wave breaker online, and they're going to lead with it on the side of Kiki here. All 3 of their other specials at the ready, including 2 Trizukas. KCRR setting themselves up as 2 power clams are now at the ready. Can they find the right opportunity to put them in? 22 total clams as the Tri-Strike comes out. It's going to be the first one going in. Kiki trying to push forward here and get it deposited. They missed the throw. It's just too short, and the follow-up doesn't help either. Silver's too far away, and they go down, but KSR, they are able to get it. How did they sneak through? They're able to get up on top of the missed power clam and throw it in. An absolute Kobe of a final shot in a heroic effort. It's going to secure this victory for KKSI. I cannot believe it.
I mean, yeah, like, the ball missed hurts, but you're like, there's 3 up there, there's 2 up there, it happens. You see EB going around the right side, Onkar trying to clean it up, and somehow, through all of this, EB doesn't get a chance to throw it, but King is there, and with a fadeaway shot, finds the dunk. I mean, Zach, my jaw is on the floor, but KKSI moves on, and they're going to be in round 3.
We have been phenomenally blessed with absolute nail-biter back-and-forth sets here in Proving Grounds number 22. Not only 2 Game 5 best-of-5s, but just the most unpredictable, never know who's going to win. We see a reverse sweep in set 1. We see an absolute last-second finisher in the overtime of Game 5 for that set. And that was an upset as well. So KKSI, the 25th seed, knocks off 24th seeded Torrent. And they'll now have another huge test. As you can see on your screen, InControl Red Sun, the number 1 overall seed, able to get business done in a sweep against Orca Braceros. And now it will be KKSI's turn to come off of a Game 5 situation against a team looking absolutely dominant as of late. We've got some other matches, of course, to report. Some 3-0s coming through, including both the 4 and 5 seeds. Sweet Tooth at the 5, and Comeback Zap is really good at the 4. And then moving on down, as we mentioned earlier, number 2 Shadowbolt securing their spot. They're awaiting the victor of the 10th seeded 7th Heaven, who's up 2-1 against 26th seeded Half-Life. And on the bottom part of the bracket here, Nawal Gaming able to just eke out a 3-2 victory over Eggshells. They'll take on number 6 seeded Velocity. So with the exception of our side of the bracket that we've been spectating here, the famous Proving Grounds seeding comes through for almost all of the 8 teams left in this tournament.
But we're going to get to jump from our side of the bracket for this next round, round 3, jumping in to Nawal Gaming versus Velocity. You know, 2 teams we get to see in Proving Grounds fairly regularly. And oh gosh, rosters galore. I'm like trying to reach into the back filing cabinets of my brain for something to bring up about these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we the first 2 sets, of course, had the commonality of, okay, it's a roster of 6 versus a roster of 4. We see Nawal Gaming. They've got no shortage of backup here at their disposal here. They are looking super strong at the start of this one, of course. These teams being forged in fire often, and that's no exception for the number 3 seed having to go to 5 games. That one looked like a back and forth in which Eggshells was actually up 2-1 in the set for a moment after game 3, and then Nawal Gaming needed to come back to win the next 2 to secure their spot. Looks like the first roster for Nawal is going to be Eisen, Nero, Chomper, and Nilla. So we're going to see what these players bring to the arena here. Of course, we've seen a nice variety, I would say, from the weapons that have been on stream today. We've seen some regular blasters, we've seen a Squiffer, we've seen a Slashing Machine Neo. I think that's the first time I've seen that weapon played ever on tournament stream, if not in a while. So lots of opportunity here for some interesting weapon compositions to be brought out, and with Nawal Gaming, the potential for some substitutes throughout the set as well.
You know, we haven't seen really any substitutes despite our large roster sizes tonight. So, you know, I would be a little bit surprised if Nawal pulled that out. But for such a long set, this best of 5 sort of dictating if they get to make it to the double elimination area, I could maybe see them wanting to use all their resources. Nawal Gaming coming out with a very traditional composition. Velocity, though, with their ballpoint and blaster, spicing it up a bit for this new map mode.
If that's the Umbray I'm thinking of, they are a very well-seasoned blaster player, so I am not surprised at all to see them on a blaster here. We are going to get to see, again, that regular blaster, so Big Bubbler coming out, and we're going to see for the first time in the casted sets a Splatling come out. It's going to be the Ballpoint Splatling, which has accumulated fame over the past several patches for its ability to have great range, and also, of course, for that Inkjet. We're going to see a couple of picks 3 going against Nawal Gaming here, so great opening start from Velocity. The last member going to be Nero, running out of their Trizuka, trying to win the battle. They'll settle for a trade. Technically, they win the 1v1, but it's going to be Dat Kid coming through to settle things out and keep the zone and the momentum in favor of Velocity.
Oh, it's a flashback to what we saw so often in Super Jump, which is that you get the zone on this map and you force your way forward, and there's not a lot you can do to find a way back in. The Booyah Bomb's gonna come out first and followed by 2 more special. That's the Trizuka looking for a pick on Bronze. That's not gonna happen, so 40 ticks will tick down. Finally, Nawal able to find one on Umbray, and now finally the zone will switch over a minute into this game, but oh, so many resources into that cap, and they're gonna go down. Velocity is still in control of this game.
Yeah, the all-important changeover, if only for a moment. They know just how nice it is to get basically an extra fight or 2 just from giving that penalty here. It's going to be a 1v1 here. Sam trying to dodge out of the way here, but they're not able to dodge Nero, who comes through and doesn't even really want to take the zone. They're going to take the man instead. Braun's going to help deal with them there as they have the high ground, both metaphorically and realistically speaking there, making use of that Inkjet, and also just the great visibility you have. This is another map where if you get in the right position, look, not only do you have a perfect blockade that you can use in this third-person mode to peek around, but you've also got tons of visibility into what the enemy team is bringing and can make those call-outs.
Braun's able to find the 4th pick in a good sequence for Velocity, and that's going to lead to a complete wipeout in their favor. So now 26 remain, and Nawal Gaming not having a lot of resources off of that respawn needs to make a desperation move. The Booyah will come online, but Braun says no thank you to Nero, and a second complete wipeout will seal the deal. Velocity dominating that game, and they're going to take it.
I mean, that's either just phenomenal aim or they swam literally in a straight line into Bronze's shots. I mean, it just looked pixel perfect. Like there was almost no shot deviation there. And I guess that's what comes from being a seasoned Splatling player is you, like if you looked at my aim, you would see tons of shakiness. You would see movement all over the place, hardly any consistency, but it takes that steady hand to be able to get those shots and hit them accurately. You'll probably be able to see it here again. They know that middle path here, yeah, just look, they're swimming almost in a straight line, and they know exactly where they're coming through, able to get on top of this high ground and get the final pick, securing essentially a final wipe out there onto Aizen. And we just happen to attract on these streams potential upsets as Velocity, the number 6 seed in this instance, going up a game against number 3 seeded Nawal Gaming, going into game number 2 here, which will bring us back to Inkblot Art Academy, this time for tower control.
One of the things about a new map mode like this, and you haven't had a ton of time to scrim it ahead of its in tournament appearances, is that you're still getting used to goofy things like, oh, when you're coming off of respawn and you just fully wiped, don't swim down the middle. You'll get called out by a ballpoint. So a lot of those sort of, I feel like, rookie, in heavy air quotes, mistakes will start to get weeded out in the coming weeks. And I think Shipshape Cargo Co. is going to be a completely different competitive map come with time. You know what, a map that has been around for God knows how long. It's Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. So talk about some seasoned veterans on this team.
Yeah, no excuses on this one. You talk about a newer map, it's like, oh, okay, you're allowed to not know where certain things are and certain intricacies. There's not really an excuse for Inkblot Art Academy. It's not a huge map. There's not all that much to sort of learn as far as like where you can drop down and where to watch out for people. So this is one that you get used to very early on, especially if you've been playing for quite a long time. And part of why I love Proving Grounds is just the mixture of talent. You know, some folks from low ink trying to go higher, some folks that are pretty much at the high level trying to prove that they're there and put on a dominant performance. It really is just such an open-ended tournament format, and we get such a large swath and different qualities of teams that I love seeing the ones that show up here. But that's enough shilling. Let's go ahead and take a look at game number 2 here. As far as what they're bringing to the table, where the biggest change I'm seeing is that C-Jet coming through, which actually a lot of the times recently the vanilla jet squelcher has been a little bit more popular, and I think Inkstorm more so for Rainmaker than tower control, but that passive ink and map control can always be helpful.
That thing is not going to be spamming Stingray, not in Splatoon 3. Instead, the Inkstorm is going to get popped early coming out of that C-Jet, so it's still able to farm its special like nobody's business. And a back and forth early game here as Dat Kid sort of went on a little loop around the entire map, but giving us a nice tour of the Art Academy.
Yeah, and I mentioned the vanilla jet earlier. You know, you sometimes might think Inkback would be super helpful if you're trying to make a push, you know, on the tower. It can be nice to sort of stand behind it or sort of be on it, but not always the most helpful. You know, I'm interested to see where Umbra uses this big bubbler. You know, we talked about that early on about where it can be near the objective, and if not necessarily on it. As Sam has basically set up shop here, is living on top of this tower until bolstered away, just absolutely thrown off in their crab tank, but they'll survive. They'll get right back into their little shell, their home, and they will make use of it. And speaking of make use, that Inkstorm coming out here, that's going to help to extend the lead for Velocity and get them to checkpoint 2.
Umbra able to move ahead of this tower, finds one on Nilla, now looking for the second though, caught in the bubble animation. That means Nilla was able to find 3 out of nowhere. You thought they would go down to that C-Jet, but it won't happen, and that's a delayed wipe in their favor.
Yeah, right idea. I think just like you said, caught in that animation. I love the idea of using it to sustain your position, win those fights, but just too much in the range of the weapon they were facing to pop it there, and it cost them. That's 3 down on Velocity. They just have their C-Jet remaining with no Inkstorm at the ready, and that allows Nawal Gaming pretty flawlessly to get to checkpoint number 1 and clear it here. The Booyah Bomb, which we haven't seen much of up until this set, coming through. It's not going to get a pick, but it will force one all the way back, and Sam having to use this crab tank in a far-off position. Despite that, they'll get a pick, despite allowing Nawal Gaming to get to checkpoint number 2. 1 player remaining against the Sloshing Machine, who's nowhere near the tower, so the push stopped at 47, and Velocity hanging onto their lead.
I mean, that Trizuka coming out and finding that splat has been a theme tonight. Zach, but it's gonna ring true here as Nawal Gaming is forced back a little bit, but if they can find the pick on Umbre, they'll be able to keep their momentum, and that's exactly what happens. They're losing one player in the process. That's Aizen jumping back in, who feisty and ready to come back. You see them spamming the jump, but 3 going down on this tower. The juice isn't enough of a shield, and a wipeout will occur, and Velocity is able to hold down, though, dropping that checkpoint. They still have the lead, though.
Yeah, this is, we mentioned it's a smaller map, so not uncommon to see the winning numbers for tower control be very low relative to other maps, but 45-42, it might not cut it still. We still have 2 minutes left to play and so much back and forth going on. Both teams going to lose a shooter class weapon there on top of Velocity having Umbre go down. Dat Kid trying to shark around and wait to see if maybe they can get somebody that's hanging around on the tower. Do they have enough range for it? Yes, just barely. Looking for the second one, and they just miss, I think, one shot to get Nero there to find the double. So Nero surviving, and with that, building up their Trizuka. They have a great vantage point here. Will they be able to reach Sam and Umbre, instead opting to get on the tower, making the smart objective play because they still need the lead and they only have a minute and a half or so to do it.
Zuka and Booyah Bomb ready. The Zuka's gonna come out but get a nice cancel by Dat Kid, who, then takes a swim, but with the Booyah and Crab online, their push is far from over, but that pick might seal the deal. Umbre able to find one, now carrying that momentum into the jumper, though going down now, just a bloodbath on this tower, though Velocity holds on and stops this push for at least another couple seconds.
I say 42 might not be enough, but that could end up being Commentator's curse. You truly just never know. There's been so much activity, not just in mid. I mean, a lot of the ink action has gone on in mid, but the picks are just sort of transcending these boundaries. They're being used on different elevations. They're using the vast extent of their range differences, the very end of their range to get these picks, but it's going in Nawal Gaming's favor. They get 2, now 3 down as Umbre's coming back from spawn. Their last member, the C-Jet, was on top of the block there, and they'll go down. Just 2 members remaining, though. On the side of Nawal Gaming, they have the lead. Dat Kid gonna try and drop down and stop this one, but they have the tactical advantage here, and Dat Kid with just enough range to get 1. It's gonna be the Booyah Bomb coming out in a last-ditch effort by Aizen to keep this push going. Can anybody jump to them? No, but it's not entirely needed here. We may see overtime, but an extension of their freshly gained lead coming out from Nawal Gaming.
You only got to get on that checkpoint for a split second to find the lead for Velocity, but that means you're getting to the checkpoint. So you have 3 specials ready. You have to use them smartly. I love Dat Kid popping that Trizuka there, canceling that Crab immediately, though a Crab pop early for Velocity, not finding a pick with it is very dangerous, though. A great job by Dat Kid taking space in that Bats area. Sam holding down this tower, the big bubbler ahead of them, but without a player there anymore, they're going to have to go down. The tower is going to get recaptured, and Nawal Gaming is going to take game 2. We're 1-1.
Yeah, getting 18 at just too high of a cost to pay, too little too late, in fact, as we saw a couple of one-on-ones developing. There was one on the top left side of your screen, that sort of highest, slimmest part of the overhang there near spawn, where they weren't quite able to get the pick that they wanted. You'll see it developing on your left-hand side. There is Dat Kid, as you mentioned, just coming off of their Trizuka, pushing forward here. Sam, as we mentioned earlier on in the game, living on this tower here. It was Bronze backing up to try and take the engagement, I believe, against Nilla, which they will lose. And as part of that, and Sam not being able to survive long enough to keep this push going, the push ends, and that gives us a tie ball game here, moving us to Rainmaker, Museum de Alfonsino. That one going to overtime. You don't see Rainmaker on Museum go to a knockout portion all that often, but with how competitive and aggressive these two teams have been so far in the early parts of this set, I would not be surprised if one team was able to find their footing.
Yeah, I think aggression is the key word there. In the way Nawal has been playing, they've been able to find ways to just completely charge through enemy ink and find ways, these sneaky little plays, to get all the way up to those front lines. We saw it especially with the blasters that round, but we saw Dat Kid doing a great job of it at the end there with that splatter shot, able to take bats, get in your face, and deny space. So Fun Rainmaker, if you can get far enough ahead of that Rainmaker and kind of enclose your opponent into their own spawn, well, that's how you're going to be able to take space. But Nawal Gaming needs to keep this momentum up and keep the pressure going. I think if Velocity finds their own footing, we see a repeat of Splatstone's ship shape, where Nawal Gaming keeps throwing themselves back at that ball point and not much happens.
Keep in mind the phrase leap of faith here, as they might be able to use that middle spinner to their advantage to get a little bit more movement and forward progress here. To take a look at the compositions, Bronze going to be on that ball point as we see Umbry sticking for the third time with this regular blaster, and on the opposite side of things, sticking with this triple shooter and sloshing machine composition. I know for a long time in Splatoon 3, the sloshing machine, and especially on this map with the Booyah Bomb, was a very popular combination and a popular and common story here going on, as Nilla gonna fall in their crab tank to yet another Trizuka.
Yeah, I can't help but laugh. Every time there's a crab pop, there's a Zuka in the face. You see it there on the other side. It's unavoidable, right? These players know the only real way that they can get an early counter on a crab is to surprise it with a Trizuka. Velocity, though, Sam's crab doesn't get called out. They survive, and now they're the ones pushing the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Sam, I like that to sort of back off. You could see by the result of how much bomb and activity came over that checkpoint that they were going to go down regardless if they tried to push forward. So they sacrificed maybe a few points for the chance to stay alive. Unfortunately, not getting any help there. I think their team trying to push forward and clear the pathway so narrow, taking them down. That builds up their Trizuka. They will put some pressure forward, but not really getting picks. They've already found something on the Umbry, just barely dodging the shot from that Trizuka. I think that was maybe a frame or two off as we see Narrow trying to push forward here. They finally see Dat-Kid and are able to get the pick. Nice maneuverability there. These shooter class weapons certainly excel at it. And this time, let's see if Nilla can dodge the impending Trizuka or even Inkjet at this point.
You know, it's so fun to see how specials directly counter themselves here. You see oh my gosh. You see one special come online, you see this crab come online, the Trizuka counter it, and you're seeing that over and over again, but you're also seeing it with specials. Other than that, you saw the jetpack go up, and the crab comes out to say, no, get back down to the ground. So once the dust settles and once the specials are down, that's when these teams are able to get a move forward, and that's when these teams are able to find 33 picks. It's there aren't any specials to go on anymore.
Yeah, this is where you're getting into the danger zone, where you start to almost dip into that ramp down to the opposing spawn. That can sort of be the danger zone. You know, you have sort of like that area near the spawn side spinner where you can sort of dance and dodge around, and there's lots of room to sort of make a cheeky play, but you don't really get much further past that because it's so open compared to where the enemy spawn is. 33 is where you're starting to get like, okay, this is serious. They're really starting to advance to our spawn now, so it's going to really require an answer from Nawal Gaming here to push forward here, and Nilla trying to make that happen here. They get one pick, not able to find a second one as they're faced with that Inkjet from Bronze, plus some other shots there. We also see the Trizuka coming out, so really using a lot of their specials, not even for an objective perspective, but just to reclaim control of mid, knowing that they need to play this one a little bit more slow and steady, and because they have that lead, they certainly have the room and maneuverability to do so.
A Rainmaker pop for Velocity gives them an opportunity to take mid. Bronze finding a pick on Narrow with that special pop means that they're going to be able to move even farther forward. For now, though, focusing on Paint, seeing the crab hiding away, but the crab doesn't care. There's 2 picks in favor of Nawal Gaming, putting a stop to Velocity's take on mid, and they're going to be pushing once again here momentarily if they can find the space. They just need to get some paint down first.
Getting close to that minute-and-a-half portion, and still push coming through from Nawal Gaming as they make it to the first checkpoint. It's going to be 3v3 now. This is the only special on the side of Velocity Gaming comes out. That crab tank is going to try and do some work here. Chomp, we're going to get back a little bit. They're allowing the jump-ins to happen, using the little bit of coverage that this broken checkpoint is going to give them. Dodging outside of the burst bombs. They're going to lose one, now 2 members of their defensive core. And so this one may be over before it begins. They have a little bit of room to move around in, and they get all the way to 43. Making something out of nothing, but when your opponent's gotten to 33, not quite enough here. So as we hit the minute mark, still Velocity with the competitive edge.
Nawal Gaming's weapons, they're lighting back up as they get off of those respawn espresso machines, and it's Velocity grabbing this Rainmaker and pushing back into mid, trying to clear it out of their spawn, though that means that they're stuck in a corner, though Daki doing a good job staying alive to that Booyah. Bronze going down but finding a trade out of it. That's a huge thing, because now it's only Nilla online for Nawal with 30 seconds left, forced to try to defend this Rainmaker. Dat Kid popping that Trizuka, finds the pick on Nilla, and this thing's to bed. I mean, Velocity has so much control, has the special advantage, and the Rainmaker's exactly where they want it, off to the side where Nawal can't touch it.
You're exactly right. It was down to a 1v1. It was Noah versus Dat Kid, and I think Dat Kid may have gotten just a little bit of reinforcement, but they win the 1v1, and that was absolutely crucial. You look at where the Rainmaker is, there is really no easy way to get out of that, so you're kind of just stuck in a really suboptimal place. Dat Kid building up the Trizuka at the right time just to play defense here right in front of that Rainmaker shield, and a very, very solid effort from a team that gained a lead relatively early compared to what we've seen so far in this tournament and showed how to play with that lead. So Velocity doing a great job coming back here, winning game 3 and putting themselves 1 game win away from making it into that double elimination top 4.
I want to call out here what you don't see in this replay. Dat Kid was by the Rainmaker, took that fight, won it, jumped out, and then swam to the exact same spot and killed the Rainmaker again to end this thing. So a little bit funny movement there, but it doesn't matter. You have the element surprise coming off of that respawn, coming from that area, and that's going to give their team the win. As we move into game 4 here, Velocity 1 point away as we go to Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, you think, you know, I don't see them. They were there, now they're not. Somebody must have taken them out. You know, you don't really hear any call-outs otherwise, and then they come back. They're basically right back in the same position, but they have their special. So if they respawn, how do they still have their special? Well, they didn't. They jumped out and were able to make sort of the longer journey, essentially playing the long con to make that one work. So great decision-making, and they are one of the principal players there in the final 15-20 seconds as to why there was not really an overtime push coming out from Nawal Gaming. And I mentioned earlier for Scorch Gorge, the 2 modes that we typically see for this map are Rainmaker, which we've already seen, and what we're moving to now, which is Clam Blitz. So going to be making use of less of the map. Now you don't have to do that sort of dip down, dip back up sort of portion for Rainmaker that you do if you want to get a full knockout, but that barricade going to be just behind, again, where that first checkpoint would be. And so you're really going to have to make use of that tiny little space because you have a pretty big block and wall on your left side of you, and then some railing going to Lands Unknown to your right. So there's really just this tiny little spot on an elevated space above that ramp that you can use. And so you need some specials that are able to defend themselves in that way. Maybe you have an ink back, if you run something like a big bubbler that can play well. But I always love seeing Clam Blitz because of just how much you have to balance that sort of slaying out an aggression versus somebody has to go and find clams somewhere and you don't know exactly where they're going to spawn, but you have to be able to sort of search them out quickly and get back in the fight quickly, because otherwise the folks that are still over by the objective and are trying to keep it uncontested for you are going to get just overrun by the people coming back from spawn.
Yeah, and with the way these two teams have been playing, it really does feel like every death really is a half a second because you're back in the gameplay, you're back in the action, and you're back trying to make something happen. So in the same logic, if you're grabbing those clams, you're going to be right back there fighting, and it's going to be so variable how each fight can go down. And Azen makes sure variables narrow as well, changing up their comp a bit. That's Latana Wiper and a 96 Gal Deco, so maybe some Kraken jump plays. Nawal Gaming looking forward with this composition.
Here's a couple specials we haven't seen really so far at all. Tenna Missiles and that Kraken Royale. So Nawal Gaming really pulling out all the stops here, but keeping one thing constant, that being the Trizuka. We'll see that pick onto Umbry as a result. And Noah not afraid of this crab at all. Sam gonna have to play back a little bit, not afraid to get defensive, but that's about all they're gonna get as they go down. And Nawal Gaming easily pushing in. They're getting close to the halfway point and they'll pass it. They have the tactical, we're basically sitting in front of where that barricade is, and Nero still has the Kraken Royale that hasn't been used yet. Just barely misses a pick onto one. They're not going to be able to find it onto Sam, and they'll provide a lot of a distraction there, getting points down to 29 and a huge early lead for Nawal Gaming.
You know, when Kraken Royale came out in this game, we all thought it was busted, but apparently if you just swim in circles, you're gonna be fine. Azen now popping those missiles, able to call out their opponents, so their push is not done yet as 3 down go yet again in favor of Nawal Gaming, and the basket's open again. We're only a minute and 20 seconds into this game, Zach.
And this one may be over before it began here. They've gotten rid of their penalty already, and they have the splash wall to protect themselves. That allows them to stop the incoming fire and get the pick on the bronze. They're going to be able to dodge around that suction bomb, but not around a crab and an entirely other squid there, with Nilla trying to find a quick pick on Omri before they could deposit their clams. No time remaining. They're able to get one, and it's Chomper somehow staying alive. They allow the jump in, but Nero going to try and get out with their life if they can. They somehow survive and retain 3 clams for themselves, but still just a massive lead and an extension from that last fight for Nawal Gaming, who's not ready to go home quite yet.
Well, Velocity wants to make a little bit of the same magic. Apparently all they need is a wipe and a half, and they'll be down to 14 points. Nero called out completely by a crab taking a try. Oh my gosh. As I can't remember special names, it doesn't matter. There's a push moving on screen now. Velocity getting a ball in, and there's the second one from Bronze, though going down. Now it's Nawal Gaming trying to push out Velocity and hold on to some of their own points.
Yeah, the big bubble are just not with enough HP to tank all of the 10 missiles that were coming in because they were so grouped up together. So maybe 1 or 2 of them survive as a result of that, but they lose a member there, so they're not going to be able to get any further momentum. Just the ballpoint remaining now as the rest of Velocity coming back to spawn. Chomper doing a great job on that supporting class to not only build up their tactical orb, but make sure mid is nice and painted. And speaking, we have this Squid Beacon as well to get them back into the action sooner without having to jump to another player here. And we're still only 3 minutes down. It feels like more action has happened than 3 minutes would typically allow, and now multiple specials coming out from Velocity. We see the Trizuka and the Inkcheck coming out from Bronze here as Umbriel is for a pick. Just barely able to get the trade there on to Chomper, but another 3-down situation forced on Velocity. This time Sam, the last one remaining, in a familiar story there with a slightly different ending as Sam finds a pick, but this may very well lead to Nawal Gaming getting another push toward the objective.
Nero pushed up yet again. This time passing clams is going to open the basket. Now only 19 ticks remain, so 1 ball will put this thing to bed, but Nero's forced to back up, not quite having the space they need with that 96 Galdeco to feel okay. So they're going to move back, though. Another ball made, and now, oh my god, 29 points on the scoreboard. This thing is going to keep going, but Nawal is really making this thing hard for Velocity.
Here comes the Kraken Royale again, excited to see if they can make something happen, mostly playing from a defensive perspective as they see nobody up on this top area near where the barricade is, at least as of yet. They bait out the attention as they get out of the Kraken Royale. Umbri able to get 1 pick, pop the big bubble and find a second. They get the 3rd there onto Eisen, so almost a full wipe forced just by Umbri there, and they have clams to spare. They're just a few away from taking the lead here with 45 seconds left to go. Umbri desperately trying to find any members that are coming down from spawn. Just missed the direct there onto Nilla, but it allows Velocity to take the lead. They're 4 clams away from finishing this one. They get 2 out of those 4, and with 4 points left and 30 seconds to go, Dat Kid desperately trying to stay alive. They get mowed down by Chopper. 1 goes in. Is there anyone remaining? Nice flick by Umbri, looking for a second, but it's just not enough from a objective perspective. But Umbri creating so much havoc there in the last 20 to 30 seconds. The lead goes to Velocity.
Nawal Gaming, they've got 10 seconds plus some change in overtime to find a way through, but Umbre sharking doesn't want it to happen. They're gonna call out Chopper. Now Chopper's down. Another ball ready for Velocity as overtime opens. The basket opens, and Velocity takes the game, winning 3-1 after being on the back foot for 4.5 minutes, Zach. And they're the ones able to find a way through and move on to our top 4. What a crazy end to that game.
I mentioned at the start of the set, if that's the Umbri I know, we are going to see some absolutely crazy techs, some fantastic veteran-style plays, and this is exactly the type of momentum changes that we're talking about. Not only do they get the initial 3 picks that allow them to take the lead, they stop any potential overtime, getting a couple of indirects there onto Chomper, spots them behind that pillow, and allows that kid to move in. They get splatted, but they get exactly what they need, which is that power clam getting deposited right at the 1 to 2 second mark, stopping Nawal Gaming from having an overtime opportunity. And that's an upset there in terms of seeding. So Velocity, your number 6 seed, defeats number 3 seeded Nawal Gaming to move into the top 4. And you can see on your screen that 3 out of your top four teams have been decided. Shadowbolt dropping a game, but still making the most of it, winning 3-1 against 7th Heaven. Comeback Zap is really good, defeating Sweet Tooth in a sweep 3-0. And interestingly enough, at the very top of your bracket, the number 1 seeded InControl Red Sun going up in a game 5 against KKSI, who we just saw emerge victorious in a hotly contested game 5. So we could potentially see an upset of our number 1 overall seeded team, a team that won Proving Grounds 21 by coming out of losers and not only sweeping in grands, but sweeping in the bracket reset. Truly exciting stuff.
KKSI 2-2 with InControl Red Sun is a crazy result, not only just in seeding, but knowing the play style of both of those teams. You know, we saw KKSI earlier, and we see Red Sun all the time. That is a wild result. And the fact that it's neck and neck in this game 5 is an exciting result. So I can't wait to invite our next 2 commentators on to carry that storyline forward. But I think, Zach, I think that's all we have for us this evening. So why don't we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic. I cannot remember a better 3-round start to a Proving Grounds. I genuinely can't. It's so great that we got to see 2 amazing 3-2s and then a very close, just another like last second almost finish to our 3rd set here. So I know our next commentators are going to have an absolutely fantastic time with this one. I cannot wait to see the result. I won't spoil anything if I happen to see it. I'll let your next casters do that, but you're in for a great top 4. Brush, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you. I know I'm normally a product of my casting environment, as it were, and you absolutely brought the hype and the energy, so I thank you for that.
Hey, before we totally wrap this thing up, I heard there's a really cool event going down in the New England, Boston area. It's organized by a new org, New England Splatoon. It's the first local of the region. It's going to take place October 7th at Balance Patch in Alston, Texas. I can say I'm one of the organizers. We're really excited to be putting this thing on. It's going to just be a nice low-stakes hangout. It's pay what you can, which is super sick. And the venue is awesome with 2 esports booths. So stay tuned for some future prize pool tournaments. Bring a Switch headset and whatever else you need to be successful and have a good time. You can follow us on Twitter at NESplatoon or join our Discord at dsc.gg/NESplatoon. Okay.
It's been a fantastic time of it. I mean, truly, I genuinely cannot wait to see what's coming up. As you can see on the screen there, Top Cut coming soon. That's been it for Brush and myself. Proving Grounds 22. We've got more coming up here on IPL Splatoon. Don't go anywhere. We'll have top 4 for you coming up next.
Welcome back to Proving Grounds number something something. I should pay attention to that kind of thing. It is 22. Okay. I'm Siren, as it says on the screen there. I am joined by the lovely Nox. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. Excited that it's Friday. Looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, me as well, except for the fact that I kind of, I don't know, retail means I have to work during the weekend, but it tends to go a little faster because then there's more people and more things to do. So at least I have that going for me. But before we can get to that, we have Proving Grounds to get through here in these last few rounds, and Tower Control on Shipshape Cargo Company, which is surely a map, and we have two teams, one of which I'm sure you have plenty to talk about.
What? I don't know anything about Red Sun. Surely this isn't a disclaimer I've had to give every stream for the past while. I am close friends with Red Sun. I know them all pretty well. I know they have a different fourth that they're playing with tonight. That's been pretty standard for them. They don't have a set fourth right now. But Nico, Krim, and Beam tend to all be fairly predictable in what they do. We will see a ballpoint coming out. We will seeing at least one splatter shot, and we will be seeing a zap. I can pretty much guarantee those weapons.
At least those things are for certain. And with the other team, well, we'll be seeing that pretty soon because the game is actually starting. Caden will be playing for this team. I wasn't sure because I think the roster was more than 4 people, so I wasn't sure, who was not going to be there. But we do apparently have Bob Zob coming out from, I believe, Silly Kitties, and Zenith, aka Bloodmaid, as well for the people at home. I'm just going to keep saying Bloodmaid, though, because that is what I'm visually looking at.
And we are getting into the game here. We are seeing pretty standard stuff right now. I will say that the comp out of Comeback Zap is really good. It's a little bit interesting just because they are bringing out that T-Tech, but it is just a bunch of shooters and a tactical rig. So nothing too particularly wild there. Krim up in this Inkjet, looking to try and find something. Not going to quite be able to. Going to try and live using that drop roller. Not going to be quite enough. And it seems like right now Comeback Zap is in a pretty good spot.
Yes, Comeback Zap with the very innovative comps, as you can see here. 3 shooters and a ballpoint, as we've never ever seen before in competitive Splatoon. Playing very aggressively, as you would expect from players like this. They're already at that first checkpoint here. They're holding on to their specials. You see that stagger coming out as well with the usage, with the cooler. I'm assuming there's some comeback on there as well. But hey, those Ink Strikes perfectly timed actually to deal with specials on the side of Red Sun, who are trying their best to defend this core area and hold that at the very minimum, even if they're not able to get to the tower. You see that they're prioritizing area control, which will ultimately allow them to get back even a lot easier.
And now we're going to be able to see Red Sun really start moving up here. They've gotten the picks they needed to really establish a lot of map control. And considering how snowbally this map can get, that was not as bad of a push for Red Sun to have to beat as it could have been. This map, I've definitely seen games go 1 and a KO on the other side.
What an Inkzuka you saw there just now. I don't know if you noticed that from the top-down view there, but a few people going down to just that alone, and that is going to give them very free real estate into the enemy court here. Inkzuka of their own, we're really tapping into the current meta of Splatoon 3 here with this gameplay, where it's just, hey, you have something going for you, let me pull the Zuka out real quick and just stop whatever you have. Though, ironically, with that being said, that does seem to whiff for the moment being, but like, has there been a moment in this game so far where Inkzuka isn't actively deployed?
It doesn't feel like it. They are definitely just constantly out. There are 4 different Inkzukas in play though, so that's not overly shocking here. We do also see this Inkjet coming out, able to find one, looking to find another, able to. Zap is going to be last up there. Bloodmaid trying to survive, not going to be able to, and we're going to see Red Sun really looking to reestablish this and take advantage of those specials, but they're not going to be able to, most likely, as they keep going down.
Yeah, this feels like a constant theme for this game so far. Both teams in the 48-47 range with that 1-point margin. And ultimately, it's going to be what team is able to break that one little barrier that they're both facing at the same time here. Bob Zob kind of camped up on this right side here, which is sort of the first area you need to start covering if you want to start to get things going on this particular map mode here. But we're not seeing much movement past that. And it will just be a struggle, I think, from here on in for both teams to capitalize on any areas of the map for any significant period of time.
Red Sun's just looking to get a couple more points here, though, just really wanting to switch this lead into their favor. They have been keeping the tower on this side of the map consistently for, I'd say, at least the last minute and a bit. And they should be able to really just... They managed to get the lead they wanted. They're now just looking to keep control and prevent comeback Zap from just really getting any amount of a push in. Because once you're through that first checkpoint on this map, it really can go ridiculously fast sometimes. I say this, I guess Red Sun's just going to go for the KO at this point if they're going to get Inkjet doubles like that.
Yeah, and like you said before, this map is very snowball-y, so the KO is kind of what you have to go for if you want to be playing anything safe on this map, as how do I say it? As opposite sounding as that is, like, you kind of have to not play safe in order to play safe on this map, because you really have to put all of your eggs in one basket and just pressure things out that way. Though we do see Caden here struggling to get any sort of area without being pre-fired by one of the members of Red Sun. They are really sticking to their guns here, just locking down certain areas of the map. That Suka is going to come out to fight this Inkjet one-on-one. Neither of them really coming out on top of that, but specials aren't always the way that you have to go with this, as Caden is now just relying on the sheer gun power that he has.
Yeah, Hero Shot definitely still a strong main weapon, able to do a lot of damage. And right now, Red Sun's probably trying to find those specials, but one of their shots going down is very unfortunate, and they're not too close to anything else. We do see one of the Zukas coming out, managing to find Blood Maiden, looking to find another pick on tower. They're not going to quite be able to. They're really going to want to stall out this checkpoint, and they are using those bombs, looking to find more picks. They've gotten 2 down, getting another, and this should be game here since it's just one more, and they're just going to wait to get on tower until they've killed the jump that's on the ground? Sure, why not?
You know, when you've had it secured like that, and it's basically guaranteed that there's no way they're going to get back into this, I can kind of see doing that and not diving just in case there's some sort of weird suction bomb that you can't see and it backfires on you. I totally get holding that safe ground there, because I feel like I've died to invisible suction bombs or ones that are like inside the tower. This game is jank sometimes.
The tower gets a little funky sometimes. I will say that it feels like I'm trying to swim through it less in 3 than it did in 2. Which is a low bar to set, but it is a bar to set.
Yeah, you know, Splatoon 3 really raising things up incrementally, so there's still room to improve for every Splatoon edition.
Exactly. You gotta always make sure there's room to go up. And next we're gonna see Red Sun trying to probably, I mean, they got the KO. No, they didn't get the KO there. They did manage to get the win there. Probably looking for a bit of a smoother win here on Rainmaker Museum, though.
Yeah, maybe. This is like one of those maps where I don't feel like either of these comps is going to bother changing what they're actively doing right now to deal with it. Like, Ballpoint is absolute king on this map. You control top mid, and when you do control top mid, you control the entire map once you have your Ballpoint in a very safe space there and they're planted down. Yeah. So I don't see either team really faltering comp-wise or changing things up, but maybe their technique and how they handle this will change based on what's coming ahead. I feel like we're kind of in this area in the game right now where it feels like the solution to Inkzuka is just play more Inkzuka. So, you know, if Ballpoint had an Inkzuka, I'm sure that's what they would be doing, but
well, luckily for us, Ballpoint doesn't have an Inkzuka. Thankfully, they did not give it that with the second kit. We are going to actually see a Tri-Slosher coming out. Not often that we see a vanilla Tri. Toxic Mist really good for slowing things down on pushes here. And Inkjet obviously really great at stopping Rainmaker pushes. Both of these comps really good at stopping the Rainmaker from existing. So it's a lot of it's just going to be who can manage to live long enough to get the Rainmaker anywhere.
Yeah, that will be the matter of it. And wipeouts are really, like, prevalent on this map as well. You'll see that a lot in this first fight. Usually one team goes down entirely or not at all. We just see something like this where it's 2v2 and there's just an absolute bloodbath and nothing is really happening here aside from a bunch of people going down and no one's in a position to pick up the Rainmaker, so even though they're 3 down, it might take a while. They are going to make that jump. What? They just warp onto the ground. And still, they have enough time. Oh, sure, why not?
They do. There is nothing in Inkzuka already, looking to take out whoever tries to grab this Rainmaker. Inkjet also coming out, applying a lot of pressure to this flat area, drawing out one of the Inkzukas, able to find the shot on the Rainmaker. That's a really nice shot to hit. Only got a push to 42, but the Rainmaker's still on flat, and it's just Crim up, looking to try and keep themselves in this for now. Able to find the pick eventually, but that's a push to 27. Comeback Zap's going to be pretty happy with that, especially considering they still have Red Sun's flat under their control.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to just choose to keep fighting here. Even if they go down at the end of the day, as long as that Rainmaker hasn't moved, it's still an optimal position for them to be in here. Though Kaden dropping down to take care of that Rainmaker, which was successfully dropped onto the ground by Crim there. But will that really matter when Red Sun goes 3 down immediately after? They are just going to pick up right where they left off here, getting back up onto that flat, and now they have the giant fish gun to fight with and deal with that Inkzuka on top of it.
Yes, that Trizuka able to find a huge pick there. That was a great drop of the Rainmaker from Crim. Allowed Red Sun to really stay in this for a good bit longer and reclaim a bit of space. We're seeing them doing a great job here, painting up, making sure they have space to play with, and actually forcing a jump out there and getting pretty close to one of their Inkzukas to try and move towards this checkpoint with, but another Inkzuka comes out from the other side, finding the Rainmaker. I don't believe they were tactically, so it will be a second. They're probably just going to be looking to hold mid here.
Yeah, it will likely be a stall at this point here. Red Sun still not really having control of this checkpoint, so Comeback Zap is probably feeling pretty safe where they are. They're not really holding on to any specials, but they're still consistently getting enough picks where it's not really going to make Red Sun want to pick up this Rainmaker whatsoever. So holding their ground here is, it might be what we're seeing for the rest of the game. Yeah, just Red Sun really does have to get something moving if they're going to want to start contesting a push to 27 on this map.
Definitely not the easiest push to get, but getting a 2-down situation when they're not tactical are definitely a helpful start. Zap was getting close to tacticaler there too, so this actually gives Red Sun a little bit more time and space to play with than they would have otherwise. Their own tacticaler's out. They're going to be looking to really get this push going. Beam grabbing this Rainmaker, hopefully trying to find some forward space. Not going to be able to without any picks. They have a couple specials nearly online, so Beam's just trying to survive until those are out. But the Zuka's coming out, doing everything they can to find Beam in the process.
Yes, and it looks like they were actually able to take out one of the Inkzuka users, but you do see that Squeezer did have it as well, was able to pop that. That Rainmaker has moved very close to it, but where is that last member of Red Sun? They are going to go down as well. That will be a full wipeout with Comeback Zap is really good, still holding on to that lead there. The Rainmaker is sitting in their base. They're not even really bothering to pick it up or look at it for that matter. They are so confident with how they are positioned in place that they don't think there's any potential for it to be cheesed in the meantime. time with that reset position. You do see a lot of aggression here, which is a form of defensive play when you have a push like this, but it could ultimately backfire, and we kind of are starting to see that happen right now. Red Sun does have that cooler active, is starting to take this fight, but just not a whole lot coming out of it because we're just facing coolers on both sides.
Yeah. Red Sun's definitely having a hard time keeping up with the pace Comeback Zap is setting right now. They're looking to find the picks they need, but by the time they find them, it's often a little too slow. But as I say that, it's just the squeezer left up. Prim looking forward with this Inkjet ready. Not going to choose to grab the Rainmaker here, probably waiting for Beam to grab it. Gonna wait until that happens, likely to pop this Inkjet. Gonna rotate over to Plat, using this Inkjet to really start trying to find some forward momentum here. Able to find one. Are they going to be able to find more with this, though? And it seems like they will. And that is an opening start to this push, but the Rainmaker has gone down.
20 seconds left on the board. It's just going to be Crim and that shooter. There's other people jumping in onto the side of Red Sun, but they're going to have to play this very carefully here. Comeback Zap is trying to play this as safe as possible. Members are going down, but they still have the protection of that spinner and that extra splash wall. They're going to get very close to getting that lead, but they're not still going to get it. That pop is not going to warrant them any overtime, unfortunately. It was just too far away for the timer to work out in their favor.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, but that's oftentimes how it goes in Rainmaker. If you get that one big opening push, you can play it so... I know safe isn't the word you'd necessarily want to use there, but that is a safe way of playing Rainmaker. They knew they didn't need to get a big push, but if they just kept small pushes constantly, they would manage to hold their lead. And Comeback Zap did an excellent job of knowing how to play with that advantage.
Yes, you saw a lot of bomb spam towards the end. You know, they didn't really want to engage close range with the members of Red Sun when they had those Zookas ready. They had Crim playing up aggressively as well. They really relied on the numbers advantage that they had there and stuck to the alternatives, which is just throw a ton of bombs at it, and that will surely stall out the timer, which is the ultimate decider in that moment.
Yeah, they also had a really good shark there, where their splatter shot was just behind Pillow waiting for the Rainmaker to go by them on that last push, and Red Sun just hadn't happened to check there with a bomb or any ink, so that was just an easy thing for them to contest.
Yeah, it's a little rough, and you have to make those very quick, you know, speaking of really quick, They were very certain about what they were doing in this game, and as a result, you are not really seeing much changes coming out of this either. We still have... I feel like teams are taking turns playing Bucket, but am I
I think it is just
crazy?
continuously Comeback Zap here on that Bucket. But
Okay.
the Tri-Slosher worked out really well for them last game. Not shocked they're keeping it. They were liking that Inkjet. It seemed like Toxic Mist is still very solid on this map. We're seeing them forcing we see Red Sun actually managing to get the Tri-Slosher to jump back into mid there. They've gotten a 3-down situation. That's a wipeout. Red Sun's really going to be happy with this opening. They're going to be able to really get a push started here. They've got Beam set up in a solid position. Crim's going to be able to set up here so that Beam can go get those clams. Nico popping that Zuka, not able to find anything. Crim's kind of alone up there, just trying to find a couple picks with Inkjet, at least stall it out up there. Beam making a good choice of not just going up there to die instantly. And Red Sun holding on to mid here, which is always great to do after an opening push like that.
Yeah, Red Sun doing a really good job here. Beam making the smart decision to hold on to that power clam and back up, understanding that push was basically dead in its tracks, and they could just start a new one as easily. They did have the specials at the ready, and now they're going to be able to re-engage at this point in time with mid still in their control entirely.
Yeah, keeping mid control is always so important in this game. If you can manage to keep mid control and keep those jump ins, it makes such a huge difference. And in a comp with a ballpoint and a zap, you're hoping to get those jump ins most of the time. That's kind of a big focus of that, to allow your splatter shots to just keep going in continuously.
Yeah, you did see the support role at play there with the backing up. Say, hey guys, you keep fighting, I'm gonna grab more clams and we can keep things going. But once you notice that your frontliners are losing that fight, it may be, okay, alright, let's go for next time and just extend what we already have a little bit later on, and that will ultimately warrant us a little bit more of a safer lead here.
And right now we're seeing Comeback Zap attempting to find a space to push in. Gonna be starting to be able to, taking advantage of that 2-down situation. They get one power in. They don't have a lot of follow-up at the ready though, which is a bit unfortunate for them. We're seeing a lot of sub-weapons coming out from InControl Red Sun here, looking to find some stuff, not going to be able to, as we just see Comeback Zap claiming so much space and territory.
He has Comeback Zap here, securing that lead very narrowly, but looking to extend it, getting a much longer push than what we saw from Red Sun earlier on. Kind of chaining in members one by one, but that's going to be 3 down onto the side of Red Sun. Is Caden going to be able to get back to the basket in time? But looking like opting not to do that. Does have 5 clams and a power clam now at the ready, and they do kind of now have to wait for that clam basket to drop once again, even though they did have that opportunity before. It does force them to wait a little bit more and stall out their current game position into a way that favors them as much as possible. And doesn't look like they're going to be as successful this second time around winning this push. Though that could change with Caden just straight up taking Crim out of the sky with their main weapon. Splash Wall, it giveth and it taketh away. That's going to be a really rough position to be in for them.
It is, but it doesn't seem like it's holding them back too much right now, as we are just seeing Comeback Zap setting up this insanely solid push, and Red Sun really not being able to find a look or a way in. And while Comeback Zap has had to give up this push, they're not getting the KO, they still have a man advantage, they still have mid, and they still partially have all of Red Sun's space. Beam having to back off so far there with that power. They have 2 powers at the ready. This is almost going to be game right here. There's just 2 little clams that need to get in for that to be game. Caden trying to get in with them, gonna be able to. And that's Comeback Zap getting the knockout.
What a game coming out from Comeback Zap. It looks like they almost like copy pasted the exact same push. Not saying that they were copying it, that's just how you play Clam Blitz, but they did the exact same thing that Red Sun did earlier on in the game, but they did it much more successfully in sort of holding up the pressure and not really ever going 4 down, just continuously applying enough pressure to hold Red Sun back in their base and kind of make them scramble a lot better than what we saw before.
Yeah.
And just a very consistent stream of clams coming out from them, which did allow them to buy more time overall and give them the opportunity for Caden to get this knockout as we're seeing here.
Yeah, it didn't seem like Red Sun could ever really find their way in on really the last 2 maps. And luckily for them, it's a lot less distance to try and break into for Inkblot Art Academy zones. Not a map, well, it's a map we see a ton of, not as mode we see quite as much of on that map as we do, you know, tower control. But both of these teams should definitely be pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at people who I believe have all come from Splatoon 2. We know InControl Red Sun is all Splatoon 2 veterans as well. Not too sure about all the players from Comeback Zap as well, but it was definitely a map mode that we saw much more in S2.
Yeah.
So coming into this one, I feel like a lot of those teams have a very inherent advantage because nothing, if at all, has changed about this aside from just the meta surrounding it. So as long as you understand your positioning and you get the overall vibes of this map, you are bound to succeed on it. Which means, in my opinion, we could probably be looking at a game 5 from this set just because of this map choice alone.
Yeah, definitely a map where we see... I mean, I can see this set going to game 5 pretty easily with most maps there. It's definitely a fairly well-matched set. Red Sun doing fairly... like, they've gotten decent pushes in. They just haven't really had the defense they've needed, it seems like.
Yeah, that's been a bit of a consistent running theme here. I feel like maybe Crim is opting into trying to make up for some level of aggression and maybe playing a little bit riskier than normal for what they're used to. And as a result, that has kind of resulted in the strongest backline weapon on their team going down, and that does lower your defense at times. So we'll see if maybe with the change of zones and the objective staying still where it is, that will change, because there's not really a lot of positions you can take on this one, aside from top mid and your own plat. But with that being said, what is this left dominance that InControl is taking here? That Cooler is going to save Beam and Crim, but at what cost?
Yeah. That's not an opening you see very often on this map. Usually there is enough paint there to deter teams like Comeback Zap from doing that. Didn't quite happen in that case, though. This is not... I mean, it's going to be really hard for Red Sun to break back in. This is not a position you necessarily want to be in. We're seeing Bazooka coming out, looking to find one, able to take Two have managed to be taken out. And now we're seeing that Jet come out, looking to pressure off of top mid, but now we see Bazooka putting a lot of pressure onto that Nautilus now. Nico has switched over to that to look and find a little more space, but it's not gonna matter as we're just seeing Comeback Zap just dominating the game right now.
Yeah, Comeback Zap using maybe more so the Inkzuka than we're seeing the Cooler to their advantage. Two members of InControl stacked on top of each other there. They went down, and now with two members of InControl down, I don't know how they're going to be able to cap this zone. It's just going to be that Nautilus left with 6 seconds to go. I think this is going to be a very clean knockout for Comeback Zap with not much contest.
Yeah, I mean, Red Sun just got essentially wiped in opening there and just could never bounce back from it really at all. There were a couple unlucky moments, like two going down to that Inkzuka shot, and sometimes that's really all it takes.
Yeah, with the zones like that, there's only so many projected areas and directions that you can come from. And we saw, for some reason, I don't know why, InControl taking a lot of the left side of the map low ground when trying to reapproach. And that's how they went down to the Inkzuka shot. And that's also how they went down, like, at the very beginning of the game as well, which I felt like with what they have, they should have been maybe abusing the high ground a little bit more and playing a bit safe, because you burn so many opportunities that way, and I think that ultimately costed them that, was just trying these really risky takebacks too many times.
Yeah, it definitely just did not work out for them. Not often that we see. That's not the kind of gameplay we're really used to seeing out of Red Sun. Might have just been an off night for them, though. Did seem like they were having a hard time playing defense, and that just kind of exemplified it there, because they did just immediately get rushed down.
Yes, and credit where credit is due. Comeback Zap has been coordinating very well. I think it is just a pickup for this tournament, but they've been playing extremely coordinated. You could see the way that they were popping their specials was very almost meticulous and well thought out every time, and it was very well designed the way that they went about things to sort of hold back Red Sun at any opportunities.
Definitely. They did an incredible job there doing that.
So what we're seeing here as well now is Shadowbolt beating Velocity in a 3-0 match in Top Cut here. So we are going to be able to immediately go into this round 2 match with Comeback Zap versus Shadowbolt. Shadowbolt, of course, being a newer pickup. I believe Taylor from Deep Blues is on it, but I do apologize. I've forgotten everyone else who is on that roster right now. Let me double check, since I do have the bracket up on my own as well. At least for the people playing tonight as well.
Yes.
Shadowbolt. So Sangura, Stan, Kiwi, Toffee, and Valis. And I feel like one of those is Taylor, but I could also just be totally wrong. Though it's a new pickup. They are going to be in this new Ludi season as well. I've been informed that Valis is Kaiza, aka a known 96 Deco player. I have yet to see actually another player challenge the 96 Deco at high level Splatoon aside from Nolan, which was, if you watched Riptide this year, to mixed success. There's only so much you can do on a weapon that has high RNG in a game that doesn't have main power up. Like, you know, there's some remedies for it as well, but at the end of the day,
punishing.
There is a bit of luck to it as well. Like, there's a lot you could do as a player, as somebody who has played 96 as well myself. There's a lot you can do, but you can't do everything.
Yes, definitely a weapon where if you're having a day where you're hitting everything, might be a good day to go, you know, just try your luck somewhere.
Are we allowed to promote gambling on stream? Because I'm gonna say, like, get a lottery ticket if you're hitting all your 96 shots.
I was trying to avoid saying that, but yeah, that is what I was thinking too.
Look, if people can play Genshin Impact on stream, on Twitch, we should be able to say that, right?
I agree. I fully agree. And we're allowed to get Twitch points whatever
Oh,
channel
yeah.
points. So there's some. It's a good day to bet all your channel points. Then if you're having a good day with 96 gal, that works.
You know what? I'm gonna bet like 20,000 of my channel points on Shadowbolt right now because I know they have a 96 player, and I feel real lucky. Let me
Hopefully
custom them out. 20,000. Y'all better win. I want my points back.
Yeah, it is always nice to see those more niche weapon picks coming out. It's always a lot of fun to see them, especially in settings like Shadowbolt, where they are going to be playing together enough to actually learn how to play around that 96.
Yeah. I mean, like when you're playing 96 in the game, I think it's like 50-50 or like 80-20, 60-40, that you're really just playing it so that you can generate Kraken and you don't want to play like heavy or roller. It's a shooter that has Kraken on it, and that's like the main appeal for a lot of the new players of the weapon, because it's kind of gimmicky, surprisingly, for being what it is and having the reputation of, you know, being Kraken. But at the same time, it can be very reliable in dealing with a lot of different kinds of comps. It's not, you know, you need to be able to move at a moment's notice. It's not easily dislodged. Like, one person can't just shoot a Kraken and expect to keep it away from themselves forever. It's difficult for a lot of teams to deal with, and especially in this particular meta, if you're not playing against people who use Kraken often, then you might not really be prepared for it or know what to do when it's coming your way, and you have like this clam push that's incoming, and you know there's going to be like 5 jumps to a Kraken. Yeah, it can be rough, but they did add a couple nerfs to it for the tower in particular.
Yeah, and also you can't carry a power clam with it anymore, which isn't that big of a deal, but it is a change that was made a little bit ago now.
Yeah, I feel like most people weren't really using it for that anyways, though. I feel like most people were just jumping
high
to
level,
it.
no, but in solo queue and lower levels, it was definitely seeing use like that. It was being used a lot like baller jumps were in 2 for a bit there.
Okay, well, I fully support it not working for random bozos in solo queue because it prevents those people from being on my team and expecting us to all go with their agenda.
Exactly, that's my thought process there too. Definitely one of those things that it's better that it doesn't work. We are actually going to see 2 chargers coming out here. Not something we see that often. Bloodmaid switching over to that fire fin scope, and the pencil coming out here on the side of Shadowbolt. Always a fun weapon to see come out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the fire fin. I like the niche that it holds right now. You can say I was about to make a pun, but I literally do not have a pun for fire. What was that shot on Wakamo? Like, the partial charge, just tap shot from a distance. That is impressive, because as anyone who's probably played Charger in this game before knows that, like, half charges only shoot so far, right?
Yeah.
They're not max range, so you have to know. Actually, this is Pencil. What am I saying?
Pencil does, I still believe, have partial range on partial charges. Yes. I could be misremembering though. I have not played much of it. It is still very, very impressive.
So, Father Popgun has notified us as well that this is the wrong map, which I kind of suspected, because we did just see this, yes. But the game will stand since both teams are playing it from the looks of it. So,
you know, it's a fun new map. Everybody enjoys it still.
I think, I don't know, you missed this at Riptide this year. I don't know what teams did this, so I literally cannot, I cannot name names because I don't know them, but apparently there was at one point in the tournament where 2 teams sat down, played an entire set, and then it turned out after the fact that those teams were not supposed to play each other at all. That's kind of what it feels like here.
I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that.
I didn't, because I wasn't staff, so it was just kind of fun to hear about.
That's great then. I'm glad you just got to have a fun story then. Never mind. That's fantastic.
This is kind of what that feels like.
Yeah,
it's like,
I think it's a little less bad because at least the teams are supposed to be playing each other. They did just ignore the map they are supposed to be playing entirely. But, you know, it's at least a fun map. It's snowbally. It hasn't snowballed as far as it does sometimes. Both teams still have a checkpoint up. And now we're going to see Shadowbolt really wanting to get a very strong push in here, but they should have the specials and resources to do it, I say, as Bloodmaid. It's a great shot.
Yeah, and you know, we did talk about this one before as well, for anyone who wasn't here before. It is very snowbally, and I can tell you that with first-hand experience as well, that this map is so difficult on the snowball. So I don't feel like any real push is safe on this as long as either one of them gets some level of momentum. Bloodmaid is going to be standing in the strong way of either of these teams getting momentum, though, just staying at a very good defensive position. So even though their teammates are 2 down, they are still applying enough pressure where Shadowbolt hasn't really moved very far at all.
Yeah, but Shadowbolt's doing a good job of also just staying in their faces. They're really consistently getting these tacticalers thanks to that pencil. Pencil's such a good weapon at just ensuring that you always have those. Right now we're seeing the pencil trying to challenge the charger there. Not the easiest matchup, but definitely a little bit doable. Able to scare them off a bit. Trying to find the pick on Caden here, not quite able to before Caden jumps out. Bobzob using the splash ball there really nicely, but we're seeing, I don't know, I want to say at least the 4th cooler we've seen from Sungura right now.
Yeah, and that's really the reason why people have grown to like Pencil so much, is that it offers more of a supportive role for the Charger to take. I don't feel like a lot of the kits have perfectly harmonized with Charger so far in this game, but it does allow for a lot more flexibility that you would kind of see like in comparison heavy to ballpoint.
Yeah.
It feels like that's almost the Charger equivalent in a sense.
Yeah, I'd agree with that partially. I think Heavy Edit might change things up a little bit, given a little time, just because it does have some things it's surprisingly good at for the dichotomy between the Splatlinks.
Yeah, I totally see that angle as well. But a lot of people are attached to Charger, and that range does help a lot of teams with fighting. And speaking of which, what on earth? Comeback Zap, not even opting to fight here. Really just running in front of their teammate's face like a mosquito and saying, hey, look at me, oh, the tower's behind me, but like, you can't do anything, you don't feel safe as long as I'm in your base. And that will buy them some like extra time here to get into their court. And two members down of Comeback Zap, or actually, what? No, I'm like everyone on Shadowbolt goes down. Are they going to be able to get back in here? This is 20 points to go. What?
It's a rough situation. What Comeback Zap seems to be very good at is just... So I know you wanted to give them a lot of credit for coordination last game. To me, it kind of seems like Comeback Zap is just really good at running at people. I'm not going to lie.
But in a sense, is that coordination? Like,
it
you
is
can't
coordination to a degree. It is partially just going, you're not going to hit me faster than I hit you. And
yes.
And it's working for them right now. It doesn't always work. But right now, against these teams, it's working out great for them. They just took advantage of the sheer distraction they could cause, and they knew they had a Charger that could sit on tower. And that's why you run a traditional anchor a lot of the time. It's a similar strategy. Like, it's not an unheard of strategy, especially right now. It's not that different than what Jackpot tends to do, of just play really aggressively and consistently know that they can jump into that anchor. It works for a reason. People do it for a reason. It is just a little jarring, especially after seeing years of Splatoon 2 in the start of this game, where it was like, we need to get our specials, we need to put the pieces of the puzzle in place. Instead of just going, oh, we're just there now, I guess. Okay, sure.
One could also argue, though, that as long as your strategy is rewarding you, whether it's like goofy or not, it has to be coordinated to some degree in order to be rewarded, especially when you're dealing with, I believe, a cooler on both sides. Yeah, you have the pencil and then Zap. So when you're already kind of neutralizing each other by having that same exact run at each other's special, one of those teams still has to come out on top at the end of the day. Like, there's no such thing as, well, that wouldn't be totally true. I haven't seen it happen in this game yet. I was gonna say there's no such thing as a ranked game where one of the teams wins off of doing nothing. But I remember I've definitely had games before. Yeah, in Clan Blitz, if neither team dunked for like 5 minutes
actually
in
still
overtime.
in effect. That's still a thing that can happen.
But I've never actually seen it happen yet in Splatoon 3. It happened a few times in my own vision in Splatoon 2. But
Did it not happen on the first time we ever saw Mincemeat? when like the first time we ever saw Splatoon 3 played in a competitive setting in the thing Nintendo of America hosted.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I totally forgot about
That
that.
has lived in
The
my
only
memory
thing
this whole time.
I remember
It
about
haunts
that
me.
tournament was that they discovered that you could run over Tacticooler with the tower, and they were like, "This is the ultimate strategy." Like,
Yeah, I have some friends who still talk about that one a good bit. They call it Linus Tech Tips for some reason. I don't really understand it, but good for them.
chat, is that useful? I need to know. Like, does it matter now? Like, if you all get your drinks, does that actually help you charge it faster? I feel like there's still a timer on it. Is there not?
I actually don't know, and I should know, but I definitely don't. It seems like it should be faster, so it must be faster, right?
Oh, chat is saying that it helps and that it is faster.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
why wouldn't it be faster? Of course.
Thank you, chat. I'll remember to run over my coolers all the time.
As long as at least 3 people get the cooler, it's fine usually.
If you're coordinated enough, it should always work out. But hey, Clamblitz, my favorite. Clamblitz!
Clamblitz map mode. That is 2 swords.
Of all time.
Fun. We are seeing 2 swords along with the pencil coming out here. That's a lot of chip damage that should overlap really nicely.
Yeah, I don't feel like Comeback Zap is going to have a lot of safe spaces on this map. The moment they're going to get spotted by Shadowbolt, they will probably be facing a lot of AoE and chip from either of these weapons. And you just put an Inkzuka on top of that. It's a little cherry on top to that comp. And speaking of which, that is already going to be coming out here as typical Splatoon 3 in the year 2023 fashion.
You know, we do love some Trizuka right now. I would love to see slightly less of it, but it's neat to see it used. It definitely has a lot of very practical applications. We are seeing Stan ready here with this Ultra Hammer, though. Able to take out that bomb, looking to find Caden. Gonna have to back off, though. Not gonna be able to find it in time. Does manage to find the Tri-Slosher, though. That's a great pick to have. Taking out that Inkjet is always really nice. Taking out the Tri-Slosher that's looking to trade everybody. Also pretty nice.
Stan staying alive for that long is the impressive part to me. Just being perpetually weak in that situation, just totally covered orange, almost playing roguelike and camouflage, but is somehow able to stay alive this entire time. And going down to the most shocking of things, a suction bomb in the most obvious place.
You know, it's always the suction bombs in the most obvious place that you just never see in the moment. It just always feels like that to me. Like, is it obvious in hindsight? Yeah, absolutely. Did I see it? No, absolutely not. And we are seeing right now Shadowbolt managing to get a push set up, having to back off for a second because of this Trizuka. We do see the Zipcaster ready with the stamp. They're probably waiting to get this clam in to use it. Not going to be able to, though. We do see the pencil holding that left stack, looking to put pressure onto that Zap to allow the shot to try and find the pick. Luckily, those tactical jumps are going to come in right as the Zuka forces the charger out of position.
That shot on the Tri-Slosher was pretty nutty, and getting the shot onto Bloodmaid as well. That is going to hold back all the aggression from Comeback Zap in just literally 2 shots alone. So once again, Shadowbolt is in a position here where they're going to be able to push up a little bit. They are spotting out the members, and I'm sure their callouts are matching this as well. But once again, they have noticed the members of Comeback Zap hopped up onto their left side here on their block, their stack, I guess, in our view, the right side now. But where is the follow-up from Comeback Zap? Where are the clams? Where is the objective at? Like, when you fight so much, like, where are the points going to come from?
Well, they're seeming to find them okay enough for right now. They do just have that squeezer up, though, who's going to have to back off. But they were just 2 clams away from taking lead there, which, considering they had no clams to work with when they started that push, that's pretty solid.
It works out for them, but I felt like they could have gotten so much more out of it if they had started things way earlier there. Like, it just felt like they were like, oh, wait a second. Oh, we need Clamblitz. Oh, we need clams to play Clamblitz. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Let me go get the pity clam. BRB. And
something that still feels like it happens a bit more often than it should, considering how long we've had Clamblitz in the game at this point.
Yeah, I think you see it mostly coming out of these like super aggressive teams for the most part, where none of the players are really like dedicated to just the objective specifically, and it does feel like a lot of them have their own separate agendas, and usually the highest priority for many of them is, oh, I'm trying to get a pick, I'm trying to get a kill. But once we get that wipe, surely we'll have points. Oh wait.
Not quite though. We are seeing Shadowbolt managing to get back into mid here, really establishing a lot of presence and taking advantage of just how aggressive their Wiper and Stamper can be.
Yeah, a very good matchup here that is going to reward them with a lot of picks on this left side here. Once again, what is this scramble? Somebody take the... Oh my...
Somebody's gotta take the clam.
I hate this. I hate this. Stop it. Oh my good...
Look, they're testing my patience, and I still commentate LSL most months. It takes a lot for me to go, that's not good. It takes a lot. That was bad. They did not good there. How did they choke the bag so bad there? Like, what on earth? There's just this pile of clams. And now, with them going down with that, they basically just handed them an entire bucket onto the side of comeback. Zap is really good. Like, they have all of them now. Yeah. Luckily, they're still holding a lot of space. They have the zip cast ready, which is pretty useful for taking out the tower if they need to. Sungura's luckily hitting so many pencil shots. Everyone's getting chip damaged. But, like, you can't just throw all of the clams at the middle of the ground and hope somebody takes them. You gotta communicate that somebody should pick them up. Somebody's gotta say something.
This is now gonna force Shadowbolt into a rather uncomfortable position here where they do have to win this gunfight no matter what. They don't have any specials to work with here, so, like, thank goodness they were able to get that pick on Caden, because, like, honestly, guys, like, I know at least one of you deserved to get punished there. Like, what on earth was that?
Yeah, here's the thing. The way I approach talking about things is from the perspective of somebody who has taught children things since I was 14. They managed to get me to say they did something bad. I don't do that. That's impressive on their part.
Like, especially because these people have been playing this game.
Yeah, they just should know better.
Blitz
like, I can forgive a low-level team doing that. I can't forgive these people for doing that since they've been playing the game since Clam Blitz dropped.
And Clam Blitz dropped with Macomar, like, as a map mode. Like, they came out together, and then all these people have been playing probably since Macomar and Clams came out as a mode. So what is this?
They were cooking, they won, so they don't really care what they were cooking. But considering that they are playing in Ludi together, they should have a conversation about that.
Please VOD review this. I can't.
But we are going to see ship shape again. We weren't supposed to see it the first time, but this time it's on purpose, at least.
Yeah, okay, we finally get to play it, but for real this time, but, like, also, like, it still counts, but I'm sure they're already especially if they're on comeback Zap, like, you're tired of this now, but, I guess somebody should have said something before, perhaps.
Yeah, look, if you didn't want to play the same map in the one set, one of you guys could have ended the battle in that case. You were on the wrong map.
Yeah. Splat Zone's on ship shape, it's very, what was I going to say? It's very map. It's very, like, range dominant because it does have those little panels that go above the zone that, like, you know, you get a charger up there, you get a good ball point up there, and they're going to sit there the entire game and prevent your team from getting anywhere near the zone. But I believe both teams have that working for them, so I think it's a matter of the intricacies of what they pick and how they decide to go about it. I say that now as if they're not just going to pull out an Ixuka and then just pot shot the charger and...
Yeah, that is what Ixuka does. I was about to say something very cursed. I'm going to choose not to say it in favor...
Go on now.
Oh, okay. I was going to say maybe we could have armor back a little bit as a treat, which is the wrong take.
It is the wrong take. I think people like that this game is fast now, and all armor really does is...
It's correct. It's good. We shouldn't have armor back. I agree. I don't know why that was the first thought my brain had when I thought about Zuka for too long.
I feel like Zuka's so busted though, it just probably pierced through armor.
I mean,
like it does. It already breaks Crab, right?
Yeah, but it has extra object damage against Crab. 180, I think if you were weak with armor, it could pierce you through it because that's the same damage E-Leader does out of memory. But it's not a guaranteed one-shot at 180. Which is, I played too much armor in Splatoon 2, and sometimes it shows. We are seeing a heavy edit coming out, though. Isn't that exciting?
Oh, hey, look, finally we get the thing. Which, hey, it's a good thing. I'm glad to see some variety coming out from the members of Comeback Zap is really good. Why here and why now? I guess that is for us to find out in this game.
We are also seeing that 96 gal, that 96 gal coming out here from Shadowbolt. And we are just seeing Zuka's doing Zuka things. They are just looking for those with picks. They're looking to help claim space, forcing people out of positions, and it's working out really well for Comeback Zap right now because they have claimed pretty much all of the map. But we do see that Kraken coming out, able to just ignore everything that's been established.
Oh, just rolling onto Bob Zob there. Not quite getting on his zone yet. We have not seen the flip come out. I feel like the flip has been only harder in this game. I don't know what's up with that. Like, since some sort of recent patch, it just feels like flipping the zone has been so incredibly difficult. And finally, after, painting maybe like 95% of it, they do finally get to cap that. But it does feel a little bit late. We do see a bit of visual hesitancy coming out from the members of Shadowbolt here as they try and collapse on the members of Comeback Zap. You kind of like saw them break in there and go, wait, where are they? But truthfully, they were just bunched up on that left side, hoping to take the fight angle from there. And with that going back into the favor of Shadowbolt here, we are going to be seeing a kind of relaxed hold coming out from them.
Yeah, we are seeing the Zipcaster coming out. Always a fun special to see when it goes well, and it's going exceptionally well right now. Able to find 2 picks with it. That is a solid lead switch going to Shadowbolt. That's a lot of penalty points for Comeback Zap to work through. And Comeback and Shadowbolt seems to be very comfortable holding on to this, getting yet another Zuka pick. Just Pencil focusing on painting that zone right now. Caden trying to break in. Might be able to, but 96 Scale is going to try and shut it down, and Caden's not going to be able to get enough paint on zone against all the paint coming out of Shadowbolt there. That's game 2 going to them.
Yeah, another zones game we've been seeing just in the time that you and I are on mic, where it turns in the direction of one team and just stays there for the rest of the game. A really good job coming out from Shadowbolt there. You saw it was almost like they had pre-decided what positions they were going to be taking once they did have control of mid, and that did result in them having this very firm defense, and really you see them only kind of shifting and panicking onto the zone once Caden broke through that a little bit, but just was not enough time for Comeback Zap to work with, and really get something of value to get back in on time.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like they never had the ability to really challenge a lot of the range that Shadowbolt was putting out there between the Pencil, the Stamper, and the 96 Scale. That's a lot of range to have to challenge, and it's a lot of range with numbers that match very nicely together.
Yeah, it's very difficult to break through that kind of thing if you're dealing with it on the retake side, just with all those magic numbers combining together, like you said. It's rough, and that Zipcast really did not help them feel any sort of safety in their base. Like, okay, maybe we can build up some specials like Splatoon 2. Never mind, there's a guy who just showed up here, literal breakneck pace. Yep. So nowhere is safe. We don't have that spawn barrier anymore, which is, I guess, a noticeable difference. So. Never have I wanted to see Stingray come back, just so that we can watch it get punished properly more so.
Some of us liked Stingray. Some of us being just me and only me, actually.
Did you play the game in 2018? I did
actually. I was a junior and Charger player.
Okay, you played Charger then. Okay, that'll.
Okay, I also played Junior into it though. It didn't stop me from playing Junior.
It was so toxic.
It was. I thought it was funny. That's the problem. Sometimes two Rays looking at each other in the middle of the game is the funniest possible outcome.
When I was on Bet, which is the same Bet that exists now, more or less some roster changes, they used to do like things to people like just play 4 Stingrays on Port Mackerel against their opponents. And yeah, it was funny, but like then no one wanted to scrim us.
Well, sometimes it's worth it for the bit. Sometimes you lose scrim partners for the bit.
I miss that toxicity in Splatoon. Bring back toxicity in Splatoon 3.
Exactly.
I need more things to look at on Twitter. Anyway, Rainmaker on Undertow. Here we are. First pop of the game, and we see Bloodmate here just avoiding that entirely. Said, hey, Shadowbolt, you can have that pop. I'm going to come before your frontliners. And gets out of that with a trade. Don't know what value that gets them in the long run here, but with Comeback Zap respawning first, maybe that did a little something for them.
Maybe. They're definitely able to keep up a lot of mid pressure. The Inkjet coming out is always useful. Looking to find some picks with it. Not going to be able to with that Zuka just immediately shutting that down. And it seems like Comeback Zap's in a pretty good position to start trying to push here. Stan getting pushed really far back, at least managing to get that trade. That's a pretty big trade. And we're seeing Comeback Zap going over to the far more common path of left.
Yes, when you do notice these openings and you notice that the members are not ready to defend that side yet, and there's no paint there, there's nobody there, everyone's looking at the other side, that is when you start making that run for it, and it does it forces whatever fight is going on the opposite side to cease right there and then, or you get a bunch of points. They do have to pick, and it's never easy.
Yeah, it is always a rough situation. It did seem like that was the better choice. Their right checkpoint was being watched pretty heavily. They did opt to not let Rainmaker reset and instead grabbed and kept it in that corner for some reason. Interesting. We are seeing the ballpoint looking to find some setup here. 2 people going down for Comeback Zap should allow Shadowbolt to really start looking forward. That shot should be on respawn. And we're seeing Caden looking to find something here in mid as Stan is just really looking to lay some paint down for their teammates at the moment.
Yeah, Stan kind of on the struggle bus on this side of the map. As soon as they go to the right zone, just a couple members of Comeback Zap looking to take a fight with them, which, you know, understandably so. They feel like they want to have that side of the map right now, even though their push is over. It's always good to prioritize certain areas.
Yeah.
What am I looking at here? This Zipcast getting a great pick onto Bloodmate here, but that doesn't seem to stop them whatsoever. Shadowbolt is going to be picking up that Rainmaker once again and moving it over to the left side here, actually getting some points on the board this time around. That Ingzuka is going on as well. On top of the Rainmaker shots, that is a lot of damage, taking a lot of space up onto the side of Comeback Zap.
But not able to touch the podium enough to get a lead switch there. We're seeing Sungura looking at mid here, trying to stay alive against this Viper who can hit them around those ledges so well. One of the great things about that weapon. Also, just want to point out the flexibility that Zenith has been showing off these last few games. There have been a lot of weapon switches.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is kind of the reputation that Zenith has started to build for themselves as well. I feel like I know them as a Viper player, but just succeeding on everything they pick up is a rare quality that not a lot of people have right now.
Yeah, definitely not as common to see flex players right now. I think there are a lot of players around that are really good that can flex, and they just don't very often because it's not as practical for them. But in this case, Zenith is just doing it and making it look fairly simple. We are seeing Scamper looking here in mid, looking to find another pick. Zipcast at the ready again, interested in seeing what they'll do with that considering how it's gone for them the last few times.
How has it been 3.5 minutes and neither of these teams have broken the first checkpoint? That is like one of the easiest checkpoints to get in any Rainmaker map, is that first one on this map. How has it been this long with these 2 skilled teams? I really need at least Shadowbolt to like sit down and reassess how they handle objective in this game, because like it feels like they've been really trying to force it here, and just are a little impatient. I can say that about both teams here, have been very impatient every time they get close to that pedestal. Even though they get challenged, they don't really do that much about it. Booga.
Yeah.
Yeah, going directly through that Inkzuka there and getting that pick, which is going to be huge, but like, everybody is still alive. Where is the value? Where are their teammates? What is happening? It's 30 seconds left.
Are you sure we aren't just watching in on a random solo queue game? Because
you went there. Shadowbolt, like, I'm kind of like, could you at least like get it to like 64 or something? Because like, I kind of have like 20,000 channel points on you right now, and this is kind of pissing me off.
You know, they've got a whole 8 seconds to work with. They've got all the time in the world. They do have that tactical wear out. Not gonna save them if they die with the Rainmaker at this point. They might just want to dive that right check, but it does seem like Comeback Zap has that covered now, actually. They're gonna have to rotate left pretty quickly here, looking to be able to find it. Does seem like none of their teammates are going in front of the Rainmaker right now. In this situation, this is one of the few times where you might want to be ahead of your Rainmaker as a ballpoint. They do manage to find that pick, trying to swim forward here. Looks like they might be able to get the checkpoint, but no, the suction bomb gets them.
How did they mess that up? It was so free. No offense, Comeback Zap, but it was so free. It was like literally a 4v1. How did you do that?
Shout
outs to the suction bomb, shout outs to the Zap on Comeback Zap. I guess that's your namesake, but
yeah, but like,
good Zap.
That shouldn't have been. That's just like there was just so much hesitation before they went forward there. There were a lot of decent openings, and we had pretty much the same view as the Rainmaker for most of that. We didn't have a lot of information they didn't in that case, in that scenario. And, like, obviously it's different when you're in the moment, it's different when you're playing. But there were a few opportunities where they probably could have just done it, and their teammates didn't move up enough to have the paint down for them. Like, it was just a little too messy to work, which is unfortunate.
Speaking of messy, here's a fun map pun. It's an art academy, so maybe messiness will be rewarded here, because it's abstract, right?
Right? You're right. Maybe it will be, but it is Tower Control Inkblot. It's a map that everyone should know how to play. They should all know this one. They've played it 20 million times. They should know this one.
You said that, but also we saw Clamblets on Macomart, so
I'd argue that Shadowbolt looked somewhat organized there. I'll give them that one. Oh, they did do the clams thing.
Yes,
you're right.
They did.
Yeah.
No.
They had one push that looked okay.
Okay, I'll give them that. They had a push.
Yeah, that's all we can really give them. This is, they are good. They are all great players. The mechanics we're seeing are great. The zipcasts have been so cool.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give them that. Zipcasts have been pretty neat. They've been doing a good job at checking all the silly Inkzukas that have been coming out and saying, hey, want to pop the free special? Nah, I'll Spider-Man you.
And they have been punishing the Zukas occasionally with the silly Spider-Man special. And I respect it, because it is hard for a Zuka to hit something that is directly in their face. That is its one weak point. It's not great at that.
You're right. Sometimes Inkzuka just misses. Ensued Twitter fight. Yeah. Okay, we're going back to the pencil at long last. I will take that. And a rather backless kind of mid-short range-ish comp on the side of Comeback Zap. I mean, Squeezer is there, but you do have to you have to be really good at the game. And I'm not saying that they're not.
Yeah, but it is an intense weapon to play. It's a weapon that you can definitely get very fatigued on. It is a weapon that can make you feel more drained than most others. But Nautilus and Squeezer together is a very hard comp to approach. That being said, so is Pencil and Gal, probably.
Yeah, I didn't even notice the Gal because I was too distracted by everything else, but we should have expected that by now, given the fact that I was told beforehand that there was a Gal player on this team. Though, that should be very helpful for them and help, like, this map just sucks at this particular point that we're literally looking at right now.
Yeah.
As far as the team that's pushing in. So Shadowbolt does now have a new tool in their toolkit to play with on this map, and that is going to be that Kraken, which is going to just frenzy around and force members of Comeback Zap to jump out of that. But first push of the game, not too shabby.
Yeah, definitely not a terrible first push. Looked pretty coordinated. They actually found picks, they used specials at good times, and we are seeing Sungura doing a great job with these tactics orders. We've seen that consistently whenever they've been on Pencil.
Yes, yeah, that I will say as well, is that these positions have been very immaculate. Not really moving up until they see that there is some level of safety there. They did spot that Inksuka coming out as well, so backing away from that and staying in the clear is what you kind of have to do in most situations, and just count out how many shots are remaining. But as you can see, even though like most people of Shadowbolt have gone down, a lot of that paint control still remained in their favor for the longest time there, so that did slow down Comeback Zap, and they're only now just getting to that first checkpoint here, but they're doing it with only 3 members up and all the members of Shadowbolt up here, so I don't expect them to get very rewarded for this alone. But what?
Kraken came out, really just disrupted everything. They do manage to take out the 96 now, though. I don't know how productive that was for Shadowbolt, considering that they used a special and only got slightly rewarded for it. Like, obviously it slowed this down, it stalled it out, but it didn't save the checkpoint. So now they're essentially in a very tied situation, all things considered. And Comeback Zap definitely having way more paint to work with, and this should be a lead switch.
Yeah, Comeback Zap looking at a lead switch here. They do just narrowly beat that, but they do have that checkpoint on deck for them as well. Getting through their plat here. That zip cast is going to be coming out as well. Once again, taking out that Zuka. Is this the new counter? Is this what people are going to have to play now?
Probably not.
Speaking of, 96 Gal is going to be the last one up. That Kraken is just going to be barely picked off by that Zuka. They are in the 5-point margin. It's just going to be Caden and one other member left of Comeback Zap. They are going to have to retreat for now, but 5 points is very strong on this map. And with it being a game 5, Shadowbolt has no wiggle room to come back from this. They need to basically knock out the entire game now. They cannot be making the kind of reckless mistakes they have been making earlier on in the set.
Yeah, they definitely need a really, really strong push here. They are doing everything they can to get Caden off this stack, and it is just not enough. Bobzob looking forward with this squeezer, able to find one, looking to find another. Might be able to find the Stamper here, gonna be able to, just taking advantage of that essentially laser you get.
Yeah, it looks like they're just really keeping a lot of tabs on that Kraken, staying out of its range as best as possible, but Blood Maid just going on an absolute rampage at enemy plat, taking down a couple members of Shadowbolt as they look to continue their lead, or maybe even get the knockout out of this, but at the very least, they're keeping the tower away from their side of the map, and they don't really need to push this very hard. They don't need to play this too recklessly. Like, if they jump out of this and stay alive, they've still gotten some level of success out of this.
They definitely would be able to consider that quite a success. Stan looking to find something here, really just kind of having to try and brute force something in mid. And there's just not a lot you can brute force against a comp like Comeback Zap. It is a very flexible comp where every player can kind of do their own thing. It keeps down enough paint for the Nautilus to just be able to exist, really. And now they're in a very comfortable situation where they're going to have specials ready. They're going to have what they need, and they just need to make sure they stay up. But as I say that, it looks like they might not be making sure of that at all.
Yes, like, 13 seconds left on the board. Stan is really relying on something coming out of this Inksuka, whether it's a blind shot or not, and just, you know, putting all their faith into that one remaining shot. They're gonna have to stay on the tower here, but we're seeing a lot of bombs coming out from the members of Comeback Zap. All this gunfire coming out, it's not gonna allow any of the members of Shadowbolt to stay on whatsoever, and that will be the set going in favor of Comeback Zap, just by the skin of their teeth.
Just barely, but yeah, that is the set going to Comeback Zap. We are gonna see Shadowbolt drop down into losers, and Comeback Zap will be going on to finals here.
Yeah, our first team going into finals, kind of unexpected for this. Comeback Zap has really been just crawling through this bracket, if I remember correctly. Like, let me look at this. Comeback Zap, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Never mind, they've just been 3-0ing everything. I take that back. I'm misremembering all events.
You know, that's how it goes sometimes.
Only really facing challenge until now, and I feel like that's probably a similar case for Shadowbolt, and maybe that's why we saw a bit of the shakiness in their play style, is they really hadn't been facing a challenge like that until now tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard when you finally face those teams that are at your skill level in tournaments like this, where you have to make smarter plays. And it's so hard to make sure you don't hesitate in those situations.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. But like with the bracket layout, sorry, is like how it's designed here. It does allow Shadowbolt to take another chance of Velocity actually beating Red Sun in a 2-1 victory there. I know Velocity was playing really, really well tonight, and maybe not the best night for Red Sun, as you said before earlier, but I can't give enough credit to Velocity as well, because that team has, for me, at least in my point of view, just climbed out of nowhere and made a huge splash in the scene with players that I more or less knew about before, but didn't quite expect this kind of performance out of them, to be quite honest. Sorry, Bronze, you are going to roast me on Twitter for this later, and I'm actually, you know what, I fully invite it, because every time Bronze tweets, it makes me very happy. Whether that's about me dying at Olive Garden, which was very out of pocket, but very welcomed.
Yeah, always fun to see things like that. Definitely should be an interesting set. Definitely been a tournament of some pretty significant upsets.
Yeah, it's been nonstop tonight with that. I mentioned, like, sorry, I didn't mention. I saw them mentioning it earlier, that there was some upsets earlier on. I wish I knew these teams' rosters more off of just looking at them alone, because I saw some people going, "Oh wow, that's a significant upset," but I didn't catch what teams it was. Do you happen to know?
I don't. I just happened to also see the same information, and I was partially just thinking about the way Red Sun's already out. That's abnormal in and of itself.
Yeah, well, they were the #1 seed, so like,
Yes.
You're not alone in thinking that whatsoever, because clearly seeding thought that as well, and we are looking at the #4 seed guaranteed for Grands right now, where we have, I guess that's pretty fair, #2 and 3 seeds are currently in losers finals, which we are going to be seeing pretty soon.
Yeah, always interesting to see what these teams can pull off. Once again, not players that we're necessarily used to seeing in these proving runs, but all very established, well-known, good players.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a mix-up with these rosters here. We have Dat Kid, Yada, Bronze, Sam, and Umbre. Umbre without tag or the numbers in the Velocity roster right now, so I almost like blended in. I thought Bronze just had like a super long name, but all of these players being veterans on both sides, so will they continue to make mistakes that veterans should never make? Who knows? Surely Velocity has been playing at a level tonight that would indicate that they aren't.
Yeah.
Because, like, to be honest, when I do look at their lineup of players, I'm not like looking at it like, whoa, these are like a bunch of like 12-year-olds with so much free time and they have like insane mechanics that like allow them to win, because they're just busted at the game and like no one can win a gunfight with them. Like, sorry, that's just how I feel. Like it's based on their decision making.
Yeah. And it should be interesting to see after the last set where we saw questionable decision making out of both teams.
Yes. That would be the correct wording in my opinion. But now Shadowbolt does have another opportunity here. If they take this set, then they once again face Comeback Zap in what was previously a very close set that they could have closed out earlier on, had they not, fumbled the bag with that one Rainmaker game as well. But, that was a conversation for 5 minutes ago at least.
It's also a conversation for them to have before their Ludi sets start up.
Speaking of Ludi tomorrow, are you signed up?
I am, actually. For once in my life, I am. I rarely am.
Who are you playing with?
I am playing with the Archive. Actually, I don't think we're playing under the Archive. I don't know what we're playing under. It's a pickup because all of us are in college and didn't think we'd actually have enough time for Ludi. So it's the Archive and others TM. Because we also don't have a set forth right now. We're looking around.
Oh, I thought you guys had 4.
It's been a pretty recent thing. Very good terms. College is just crazy for people, as is fair.
Right, I'm so silly because I was like, oh, I thought Char would be playing with you guys, and then I remembered that Char is literally on my roster for Ludi. I was like, we took her from you.
Well, me and Char also have the same weapon pool, so that would be confusing.
So wait, that means we have the same weapon pool.
Oh.
Because Char is the one who subs for me on Assault and Pepper.
Well, you know, can't go wrong with some splatlings right now.
It's my turn on the Char. Well, yeah,
Exactly.
no, she plays the Rapids when I'm not there. So yeah,
yeah.
it's that side of the weapon pool.
Yeah,
Char
yeah.
is just the fill-in for us.
That's fair.
Just like the insert girl boss here on every team.
I couldn't get to Riptide this year, so Char was covering for me there. First year I haven't been on Riptide since I started up. It was kind of a bummer for me, but it seemed like everybody had so much fun.
It was a lot of fun. I did miss it last year, so I guess now we're taking turns, and I could not miss it this year whatsoever because big Assault and Pepper reunion with everybody. Like I feel like we're just going a little off topic here, but why not just talk about how the community's going while we wait for this round to start? But like, Assault and Pepper is like one of those really old teams that like kind of started as casuals, and somehow there's only like been maybe like 1 or 2 people who haven't stuck around after like leaving the team or retiring, and it's usually retiring anyway. People don't really leave Assault and Pepper like ever. Oh, hey, wait. Game.
Oh, we're getting into
the game's starting.
Oh, and we are seeing a ballpoint nouveau come out. Not a weapon we see very often. Interesting to see it come out. Makes sense with the blaster to some degree. Vacuum definitely really good on this map. Have had personal experiences with Vac being very good on this map. Called You Broke the Checkpoint, Hold Forward with Vac.
Yeah, look. Let's just get that started with there. I mean, we have 2 ballpoints of different varieties on either team. I had not seen anyone pull out that competitive vacuum ballpoint until Riptide this year. But yeah, now I understand that
it didn't exist before Riptide this year, really.
Oh yeah, I guess not. Yeah. I may be having a moment right now, a senior citizen moment.
You know, senior citizen moments are valid and understandable, especially at 11 p.m. at night.
Look, a first for Shadowbolt in the last 2 Rainmaker games. They break that first checkpoint here, so now we have a game going. We are on the right side of the map. We have some specials ready. Will we get past that is now the next question. And will Velocity be able to defend this? They do start having a bit of a man advantage here. Bronze is popping that vacuum. From the looks of it, just sucking the ballpoint right out of the sky. I don't even know what happened there, but they just disintegrated. I'll take it, though. I'll take it.
Yes. Always nice to see that back coming out. Definitely, I think, an underrated special right now. I think it definitely has its use cases in Rainmaker.
Yeah, I think it works a lot. We did see that Octopi game earlier, actually, where they took a game off Jackpot just with a bit of back cheese and running the Rainmaker up. They just got a really quick wipe, and it works. It steals games all the time.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can do to counter it when it does come up. And speaking of counter when it comes up, Shadowbolt has been able to move that Rainmaker all the way down to 12. A very successful flank coming out from them on the left side there. So that did reward them with a lot of points, and they're still up in the faces of Velocity. So from here on in, Velocity does have a lot of lost time to make up for. They're going to have to move that to the checkpoint as fast as possible. They do not want to be facing that in overtime whatsoever. But Sam seemingly taking this angle all alone. Where are Sam's teammates?
You know, Sam's making it work all alone right now. Gonna be able to break this checkpoint, it seems like. Yeah, just barely, but able to get it. That's a good checkpoint break for them. Dat Kid on the flank, gonna be able to pop this Rainmaker. Teammates probably gonna jump into them. Decent position to be in right now for Velocity. It didn't seem like it would be, but it's not bad for them right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for them, like you said at the moment.
It doesn't anymore, though.
They can come back
from this still. They got the checkpoint. They've got 2 minutes. They have a vac to just kind of hold forward through that if they want to. But that being said, that is less applicable in this comp than usual, thanks to that Splatana Stamper. That does not really have to respect your vacuum nearly as much as most other weapons.
Yeah, you can kind of just steamroll your way through things here, and speaking of which, once again, Shadowbolt pushing the Rainmaker nearly right up to where they were before with that. Was it necessary? No.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to do is the counter side to that.
It doesn't unless you wipe.
And they didn't wipe.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
It's the best offense. The best defense in Rainmaker truly is offense on this map. This is not a map where any push is actually safe. It's a very aggressive map, especially since neither of these teams are running a Toxic Mist. They both have pretty decent bomb stall at least, though, so that's something both of them would rely on in an overtime situation.
I guess VAC also does help with that a lot more as well, just if you're trying to keep people away from your pedestal, but they need the points to do that first, and it's not looking so great for them in that regard.
No, now we're seeing Shadowbolt just trying to put it further forward, trying to be a nuisance, knowing that this is a really easy corner to stall out this Rainmaker in, and being able to just kind of pressure it until their time runs out. Burst Bomb's coming in, able to get enough chip for the splatter shot to easily finish it off. We got a great view of Biker going through on the rail there. Not something we get to see all the time. Sam picking up this Rainmaker, 20 seconds left to go. We do have that back online, but the Wiper's gonna try and break in.
Another theme that I am noticing with Velocity as well is that they have been putting a lot of faith in Sam as the Rainmaker, which is good, but also, like, you do need a bodyguard when you have a team that's gonna dive like this.
Oh!
That is so tragic! What?
The VAC
wipeout.
didn't have time for them to get the pop fast enough.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, that wipeout just coming out at the same time the game ends. I'm sure if you're Shadowbolt, that feels really good, but, you know, for Velocity, you must feel like you've lost a huge opportunity. Oh, we have to watch it again.
Yeah. Definitely a painful moment for Velocity. They just were so close to that. I've heard a lot of people call for VAC buffs that are just, let me in the VAC early, please, I am begging.
I think that would help a lot, yeah, like, especially in scenarios like this. I mean, even if it's just a little tiny shot that you're able to deploy, when you have all these people shooting at the Rainmaker shield with you, it probably would have been enough there.
Yeah, I think it definitely would have been. Like, that was such a close situation, and I'm surprised that the Rainmaker went down the way it did, because they were in the VAC, and that's just one of those unfortunate moments where sometimes VAC just doesn't quite do what you need it to. Because it's so good when it does work, but it is less consistent than a lot of other things.
And don't tell Brella players that.
Well, that's rough for Brella players. They're just... You know, maybe someday their weapon will work. Maybe.
Probably
it
not.
Won't, but we can all pretend.
More wiggle room, Splatoon 4?
Maybe if we're lucky.
So Clamblitz on Museum. I suppose this map is kind of infamous for being difficult for a lot of teams to wedge their way in. I have first-hand experience with that. It's very rough when you're dealing with long range, like a ballpoint, like you do see Bronze pulling out here. Longest range we're seeing on Shadowbolt here is going to be that pencil, but that should suffice for them here with just the level of aggression. I don't know if they're going to even give Velocity an opportunity to get into that position where Bronze is going to be the most optimized, but we will see how things go in this first initial fight.
Yeah, I definitely do like how well all of Shadowbolt's weapons play off of each other. I feel like they probably want a little more paint sometimes for themselves, but as long as they're getting the picks they need, they don't tend to mind. Also, rough time to try and play a crab. Like, admittedly, Shadowbolt isn't running Azuka at you, but they are running two other things that shred you without thinking.
Yeah, without a doubt. They do just have all these opportunities to halt things in their tracks. Kraken, namely, just grazing the scalp of one of the members of Velocity there. I don't even know how they were able to make out of that alive, but we do see a lot of people from Velocity just doing their best to defend this. For a moment there, it was kind of hard for me to tell whose base was whose. I almost was like, oh, Velocity, they have a push going for them. Not quite, but Shadowbolt, I don't like what I'm seeing right now. where they look like they're ready to push. They're in the position where like they're normally supposed to have a power clam here, but I'm not seeing one.
Yeah, always really rough to see. Once again, just really cool zip casts coming out very consistently though. Very, very flashy, very fun.
Yes, the zip cast has always been entertaining, and I will happily accept that from Booga. I'm gonna mess that up every time. But every single time it always pulls something out. I think they almost hold on to it now just to try and counter Azuka, because with the amount of times that they've been able to take one out, it just can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it can be. It's nice to see that Velocity's also only running one Zuka right now instead of throwing... I mean, they're winning, so they... No, they're not winning. I'm so smart. But not throwing more Zukas at the problem just because they're losing. Trying to figure out what their actual comp solution is. We are seeing a lot of pressure coming out here. Once again, that crab just doesn't get much space to work with against a comp like Shadowbolt's here. Sungura having to back off right now. Stan looking to get that hammer ready. Should be able to shut down quite a bit on Plaid, all things considered. Especially with that Kraken also at the ready here. That kid running at Stan there. Trades coming out all over the place. Just a very back and forth game so far, without any major pushes really happening.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you see from a lot of teams on this map as well, is, you know, they'll get that one power clam in every once in a while, but then beyond that, it's kind of up in the air for the remainder of the game. Like, whether or not Velocity is able to get a push at all is, I think, going to be the ultimate decider here, because I think when they do have a good chance of it being a very valuable one, but they've been just constantly dealing with aggression from Shadowbolt over and over and over again, with them just really just face rushing the entire time and hoping to take these fights, and really they've been winning them, so it works.
Yeah, and they have a singular power clam in, so technically it's in their advantage to do this. It shouldn't be, but it technically very much so is. They have the lead. It's not a good lead, it's not a strong lead, but they seem pretty confident they can maintain it right now.
Or this is their attempt at another push, and we just can't tell because the power clam is like the last thing on their grocery list every time. Sam, though, what? Just running for it and is able to get that power clam and you know, turned me into an absolute liar from what I said before, when I implied that if Velocity was going to get a push, it would be one of value. And sure, I guess you could say that getting the lead is value, but like...
I'd say it's value in this situation. I'm going to be fully honest. I think that was worth it. Neither of these teams have been able to really set anything up. Neither of them have been able to consistently hold each other's plat at all. It's just been a battle for mid. And as long as they believe that they can hold off Shadowbolt for the next 30-ish seconds and a bit... Oh, but now the Kraken's out. Now my stance is a little different. I'm surprised Sungura didn't choose to... Well, yeah, that's unfortunate for Velocity. Kraken is just like that. That's, you know, it's still not a good push. They're trying to keep the basket open a bit longer. They've got some clams online to do it.
This is like when they put groceries on sale in this economy, and it's like, oh yeah, like I'm still paying $10 for like a carton of milk, but like it's still cheaper than the other store.
Yeah, that's kind of what this feels like right now.
That's the value that we're getting.
Yeah, it's value TM, I guess. It feels like off-brand value.
What?
You know,
the game does not like Velocity today.
No, the game is not.
Twice in a row,
Timer
like,
and Velocity are mortal enemies at the moment, I do believe.
I'm gonna be toxic. I'm gonna say it. You know what? This is a sign from like the Splatoon Jesus. Like, y'all just need to quit. Like that was when the game does this twice in a row in losers finals.
Call it through the night.
Just hang up your freaking hat. Like, it's Bronze. I can say this. Bronze is a big boy. Bronze can handle it. It's time to stop. It's time to retire. Take your job. Find a wife. Have some kids. Wow. Like, it's... Look, we have like at least 2 or 3 players taking that route. It's your turn, man. The game is trying to tell you this.
It just might be in that one situation. That is the cruelest I've ever seen the timer be to a team that close to each other. That is a little obscene.
Robbed from 2 games in the exact same fashion.
I'm gonna say that they weren't robbed from that one. They didn't have enough players up to get more clams in.
But they would have had, like, it would have at least given them, like, a chance, question mark?
A chance, question mark, but that jump would have died on landing.
Yeah.
That was just a desperation push where they hoped they lived. And they weren't living. It was already done. I think it was good they went for it. But it was already done.
You say that as if Shadowbolt hasn't been getting those kinds of desperation pushes this entire time we've seen them in the last 2 sets.
Yeah, the timer likes them.
The timer likes them, yeah. It's not time for them to settle down yet.
No, the timer doesn't think so. Luckily for them.
Just blatantly biased. Can we call a judge?
Sadly, I don't think the timer's biased. I think it's just unlucky on the part of Velocity there.
Yeah, probably. Well, we get to see these 2 teams face again, and I'm really scared to look at the map list.
Yeah, I usually am. The map list is always something really interesting. But we are going to be seeing them on TC Shipshape again. We are not seeing them on TC Shipshape again? Oh, no, we are.
Oh, no, please, no. Well,
okay,
actually,
it's not Clamlet's mincemeat.
No, wait.
Everything's great, actually. I don't have complaints.
No. Clam's mincemeat is the punishment they get for what had happened in the last set.
You're so right.
Can we put that back, please?
You mess up the maps, that's fine. You play each other again, though. We get to choose your maps as the commentator, maybe. That could be a new punishment for team.
In Speed Ladder, multiple times in Speed Ladder, the last one, teams counterpicked us into mincemeat zones.
Oof. Did they have an E-leader at least?
One of them didn't, and then they...
Why did they pick that back?
And then when we won, they were like, what? Like, they like, freaked out. They were, like, shocked.
It's not that complicated of a map. It's just miserable.
It's not fun. It's not fun.
There's a reason we don't use it, and we'll continue. I actually don't mind tower control on it, but I'm sure that's also a cursed take on my part. I don't like it. It just doesn't actively upset me like the rest of the map modes there.
Yeah.
It is a map of all time. It does exist in the game. We don't have to think about it, though.
I prefer to, like, act like it doesn't exist. I would literally rather see anything else.
I wouldn't rather see Salt Spray Rig back. That one can stay gone, I think. I think I still like it better than Salt Spray Rig.
Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll give you that one. I think I've... Like, that one, I threw away from my memory bank, and then it's been so long gone that it basically doesn't exist to me now.
Moray can also... I still think I take it over Moray, which is maybe a take on my part, but I truly hate Moray. That's not a take, though. That's a normal opinion to truly hate Moray.
I suppose. Still hate it, though. Still hate Flounder, still hate Moray.
Yeah.
Still hate Salt Spray Rig. I think...
Still hate Mincemeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of those things can be true at once. So easily.
Gosh, are we... yes, finally we get to watch this map for the 3rd time. Hooray! With these teams again.
There is actually a change here coming out of Shadowbolt, though. They are switching into that Fire Fin. Both teams now have that scoped Fire Fin, which is neat. That's different.
I don't know about this choice to continue with the double Zuka on the side of comeback Zap with when they've been dealing with that zip cast consistently on Shadowbolt, but looks like they've tackled that problem head on because they are the first one down on the side of Shadowbolt this game.
Yeah, definitely interested in shutting that down as fast as they can. Singura just having to try and survive here. Luckily, teammates able to save them. Looking to get that Trip Strike online trying to find some picks towards this tower. Definitely at least scaring Caden off a bit there. But just a charger battle right now. Not something we get to see super often these days, but always fun to watch.
Yes, I feel like we'll be seeing it a lot more often now. This kind of comp will be a lot more familiar, and we're actually looking at a bit of a 4-stack from Comeback Zap is really good, and it is drawing me to the fact that Shadowbolt is not really leaning on AoE so much at the moment. As we saw earlier, they did have like very strong AoE comps, but now we're just looking at like a few shooters here, and not really rewarding them in this first minute of the game. Comeback Zap has once again nearly put them in a position where they've almost lost, and it looks like Stan is painting in a way where he's looking for somebody who may be sharking. I'm not sure what the situation is or what the call out is there, but you always have to keep your ducks in a row. You're gonna be looking for any last remaining member who might be lurking, especially when you're recovering from such a lethal push like that one.
And they're still just not in a great position right now. Obviously that Zipcaster's out, but it's not going to be able to do much in regards to slowing down this tower at the moment. And it gets picked off. That's absolutely brutal. We're seeing the Zuka coming out, allowing Bobzob to really get set up here, taking advantage of that splash ball they have. Caden playing cleanup here on this right side, making sure nobody can drop. They're just doing an excellent job of maintaining any space they manage to get and claiming any outs they can try. And they've almost pushed back to 7 again. At this point, Zenith is having to back off. Not going to be able to back off fast enough. That jump should be done, yeah. But that's very uncomfortable for Shadowbolt because they've just almost gotten knocked out twice.
Yes, Shadowbolt in a shaky position against this team once again. Comeback Zap almost looking even better than they did the first time around that they were playing them, and Shadowbolt is still trying to find their footing on this particular map mode. At this early stage of the game still, I would say. They do have 2 down once again, and finally, but like, there's basically 4 of them stacked up on the tower. Where is the aggression that we've been seeing out of them for the rest of these games?
Yeah, and that Zipcast getting traded out is a bit rough for them. Blood Zenith managing to hit a great shot on tower there. Looking to find another in mid, not going to be able to call anyone out right now, but able to get this tower moving back into mid, getting those trip strikes even faster because of how special points work on tower. And just, it's a lot of damage applying to Shadowbolt right now. Like, they're not comfy right now, and Zenith is hitting shots.
Yes, the Zenith. I didn't even realize Zenith was the charger this entire time. We've been talking about how much Zenith has been flexing and succeeding on it, but like, when you're just this good mechanically, you can just throw yourself on a charger and play just as well as anyone else. Like, I'm not even gonna pick up on the fact that this is not a charger main that we are looking at here. It's just Zenith, guys. What's happening?
A lot of chaos, I think. I think right now Comeback Zap is really just trying to keep Shadowbolt completely off their rhythm, completely keeping the game at their pace, which is fast and chaotic, and seems to be how they like to play it. Bobzob doing a great job of stalling out all 3 of those players on mid, allowing their teammates a little bit of time to work with. Zenith finding yet another pick onto the squeezer there. No, that was Bobzob falling off the map. I am losing my mind. And we're seeing the Stamper looking to find something here, able to play with that Zuka. And this is kind of Shadowbolt's last real chance here.
Last chance, but they are making the most out of it. Multiple members of Comeback Zap going down at a time there. You did see 2 down at once, and then another 2 slowly coming out of that as well. But they're going to have to keep things going if they're going to want to hold this up a little bit more. Dropping down without getting that pick is going to be a little rough on them, especially since they don't have that right side coordinated just yet. They have a little bit of time left remaining to work with here, but it's just going to be that Zipcast. They're going to be able to camp this landing without a doubt. They have looked for it. They have found it. They coming out with a pick, but 2 seconds left. It's just not going to be enough.
It's not enough. Shadowbolt trying to put up a good fight there, but Comeback Zap just looking so dominant.
Yeah, just absolutely no breathing room for the members of Shadowbolt there. It felt like they really jived with what they had last time on this, and instead of having that picked apart by the members of Shadowbolt, they've more so reinforced and just gotten better with what they did.
Yeah, they played so incredibly well, which is always surprised. Like, I'm always surprised when a team comes off of a break like they just had and is able to do that, because I, as a player, find that very challenging to do.
Yeah, adapting in such a short time period when you're also trying to deal with another team in the meantime, working your way back up to this position in the tournament. There's not a lot of time to really think that through. Meanwhile, Comeback Zap got to sit down for a little bit, wait for the bracket to catch up with them, and that may have allowed them as well to plan out things for Grands, maybe anticipating that they were going to be seeing Shadowbolt once again. No shade to Velocity at all, but after the first game, you could have probably estimated how that set was going to end up.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations where that is the case. Always interesting to see what ends up happening. Interested in seeing what happens here on Museum, though. Definitely a map where we've seen a good bit of tonight, but a map teams tend to be pretty consistent on.
Yeah, it is more of a consistent one that I would say Clan Blitz is. And thankfully for this one, as you saw before, they were only really getting one person in, and that's really all you need for Rainmaker, I suppose, is just that one person with the fish.
Yeah.
But I think Comeback Zap will probably double down on their defenses at any given point if they need to. But both teams have been taking that alternative route, as you have seen before, where defense isn't defense, it's let's
Hold
move the
forward
objective
more.
as far as possible from our base and just hold forward and die a lot. It's okay, we have Cooler. So
Yeah.
who
Gotta
needs
love
to be
Cooler.
punished for making silly decisions?
I do really like how Cooler does just make the pace of the game so fast. Now we're seeing that 96 gal come out. That is a heavy deco. Huh.
Okay, all right.
They're feeling confident, I guess. I mean, it's not a bad weapon pick. This is one of Kraken's better maps. Heavy is great here, at least in my opinion. This is one of my favorite maps to play Heavy on. Not that I ever do, because there's the other Splatlings, but it's a great weapon still. It's consistent. It's a very consistent weapon. Able to put down a lot of paint for your teammates. Able to get these Krakens pretty quickly. Not going to be able to do quite... Oh, no, I lied. It's able to do quite a lot here, actually, but not enough to prevent that checkpoint from falling.
Oh, the true dilemma of the Kraken is, okay, pay attention to it or not pay attention to it at all and see an opening, which they just did, and move that Rainmaker away from it. And still able to get that pick without paying that much attention to it, as you saw there as well. That bomb just being very well placed to deal with it. And I think that is the largest dilemma that Heavy Deco faces in this game, is that, okay, once you're out of Kraken, I'm just a Heavy that is probably in a place that I shouldn't be for if you get too deep in it without considering the end game of it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Heavy Deco is such an interesting weapon that I wish had a splash wall so badly. But that is a decent lead coming out of Comeback Zap here. They were able to, I'm gonna say, more or less bring forth that. Like, there was team coordination coming out, but it was a lot of them just throwing bodies at it until it worked.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, this is all you really need for both of these teams. We're not seeing that sort of coordinated defense out of either of them. It's really just, okay, we're going to throw a lot of firefights at things and hope it works. And sure enough, when you just have like a bunch of really aggressive players on both sides, it has to work out for one of them at some point. And if that's how they're going to play the game, sure, like, it's fine in this circumstance because they're dealing with teams that basically have the exact same game plan as them, and it works out because they're just skill diffing at the end of the day. But
yeah,
it does feel like a coin flip for a lot of these games that I'm watching, I'm going to be honest with you.
Comeback Zap definitely in a decent situation right now, though. Good choice to let the Rainmaker reset. They're throwing down a lot of paint. They're going to have Cooler ready. They're going to have both Zukas ready. They're going to be really close to a Kraken, so this could be a huge push out of them. If nothing else, it will be putting the Rainmaker in an awkward position. I say as they immediately get shut down. Shadowbolt looking to find some space to play off of here now, especially as they just were delayed wiped a moment ago. Pencil applying a lot of pressure into mid there. and able to really just slow things down.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot more than that if they're gonna want to deal with that 39 lead that they are facing at the moment. 2v2 that we're looking at, they do grab that cooler, which does allow them to get out of there, but again, that has opened up so much room for Caden to just face rush here, and getting picks off of it as well, staying alive for long enough to take out 2 of them. This is probably the last thing that Shadowbolt wants to see right now. It's just going to be that pencil left. Still has that cooler active for a little bit longer, not so much anymore, and with these jumps coming in, I just don't see a positive outlook coming out for them anytime soon, so long as these things keep happening.
Yeah, Comeback Zap is doing such a consistent job of just being so in their faces. I mean, look at where Zenith was just able to position. Even though they weren't able to hold that for long, heavies do not usually get there. That is not, it's an ideal spot to be as a heavy, but you do not usually get to be there. They're also just doing an incredible job of stalling out this Rainmaker. They do eventually get picked off, but that ate off, what, at least another 30 seconds off the clock?
Yeah, and just with a minute remaining, like, Comeback Zap has been looking even better than they have for the rest of this tournament, and just showing enormous growth in this set alone. Kraken coming out from Zenith once again, and is dealing with the Kraken from the side of Shadowbolt, which I admittedly didn't even realize that they had for the longest time.
Caden got that shark off.
Oh, what? Caden was there?
Caden was there the whole time, just waiting for the opportunity. And they just didn't notice that Caden never went down there, I guess. Which is a fair thing to not notice. You would assume that you would have managed to pick up the splatter shot at some point, but they hadn't. And so Caden's just able to keep this stalled out in their base, in the face of the pencil. And they are just back there, completely distracting them from the objective in mid for a moment.
Yeah, this is like really rough for the members of Shadowbolt, because Caden is essentially just holding them hostage there, using up all that turf to build up that Zuka for themselves and shooting them from behind. They can't even really make a fair decision as to, like, you know, okay, do we pick Caden to fight here or do we go to mid? Because neither of them are the right decision. That is checkmate for Comeback Zap, game point.
Yeah, that was a great shark from Caden. Definitely completely set that game in stone for them. Just really good awareness and great Zuka shots. There was still a chance if Caden had missed those Zuka shots, but Caden didn't.
Not at all. You can tell that Caden has been very dedicated to this weapon from the start of this game. Caden really being well known for that since their emergence as a player as well, so it definitely helps that their weapon is shining into the prominence of the meta here, because it does allow them to do that at like a skill level that is unrivaled by the people who are picking it up just for that purpose. And that does allow to get them a bit of a competitive edge.
Always nice to have somebody who's actually been on the weapon before it became what it currently is. Definitely true for Ballpoint when that came back into the meta. True for Shot right now. True for Squeezer to an exceptional degree right now.
I'm gonna be on my rapid copium for a while and pretend that it's somewhat meta. It definitely has a niche, but it does have a niche. It does have a niche. It touched my heart when it kind of got a kit that was good. So, look, I fully support people playing off meta in the hopes that one day things will just roll over in their favor, and then suddenly they'll just be like the best player ever.
Look, nobody ever thought Junior would become one of the peak meta things for a while in Splatoon 2, and it did. So you never know.
It's bound to happen for, like, almost every weapon.
Every weapon might be a stretch. If you're Umbrella, you might just be out of luck. If your favorite weapon's Undercover, I'm sorry.
You know, actually, there was a short period of time in Splatoon 2
I know,
where
Kunder was great.
Yeah,
Kunder was... Kunder.
Yes, I loved that meta.
Kunder is such a funny little weapon. I miss Kensa Undercover Brella so much. It was so fun to play in solo queue and just hold forward on people that didn't know how to play against it at all.
Yeah, so look, it's possible, and that's why I said almost, because I don't think it's gonna happen for everyone, but it'll happen for, like, you know, a lot of people, I suppose.
You might have a couple weeks.
Yeah, be there all the time though, because it's shot. It's Splatoon we're playing. So, if you're putting your money on anything becoming meta at some point, I would say play a shooter.
Yeah. We are getting back into it here. Shadowbolt running something a little bit different this time, running 2 Splatana Stampers, not something we've seen out of them before. Don't know how it's gonna go for them, not something we've seen very often in general.
Yeah, I almost feel like this is a last resort for them. Like, clearly nothing else has been working out for them very well, and yeah, I hate to say it, clearly not this either.
I mean, it could still work out for them. It's not at this moment. It's very much not at this moment. Especially with that Nautilus coming out, able to apply a lot of pressure from similar ranges, able to play pretty safely still. Bloodmaid getting, Zenith getting a really good jump out there. Really smart back off right now out of comeback zap, trying to maintain some mid control as we see the Stampers just pretty continuously getting picked off, not really being able to fight their way in, despite the fact that this map does have a really good layout for them.
Yeah, I suppose that is the main advantage that you're looking at here as well, is that Zipcaster has a lot of these walls and angles to work off of that does provide them with an extra shelter. So I can see that maybe working out for this map, but they do need to continue to win these fights and also have clams on top of that, guys. Another friendly reminder.
Have clams. That is true. They are bad about the clams. And we are seeing that really bite them now because they had a 3-down situation that they just couldn't capitalize on at all because there was no point in them really moving forward when they had 0 clams to their name.
And the sad thing about it too is that pity clam has sat there untouched, and just you know, sometimes when you know, like, okay, we're gonna go into this fight and you have a decent chance of winning it, sometimes that's the time to pick it up just so that you can lose momentum once that opportunity picks itself up. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You can make another one. When you're earlier on in this game, you can kind of experiment and test the feel of it. But like, we're just not seeing that initiative being taken by Shadowbolt so far, and that is allowing comeback zap to really just face rush them without much penalty to it whatsoever. As you see here, like they almost got another dunk off of that, and they were 2 down.
Yeah, that Zap was also playing really, really well getting those picks. Those are not picks you typically would expect your Zap to go for, but it was working out very nicely for them for a bit there. And they're still in a decent position to hold this. Like, they have good weapons for holding on these Greats between that Squeezer and that Nautilus. That Splash Ball just allows them to get away with so much.
Yeah, there is a lot of space that they've been able to occupy that I wouldn't think they'd normally be able to do, given just like looking at these comps from a distance. But they've been playing really ballsy, and it's been paying off for them, despite the fact that they've had this Pencil who hasn't really moved from this defensive position very much this entire game. We do see a bit more of an awareness coming out from Buga on this sword here on the left side, spotting out that one of the members of Comeback Zap is just kind of lurking there as well. But again, we're almost halfway through. One push has been made this entire time, and Shadowbolt hasn't really been able to retake mid since that first push that they won, really, like, quite some time ago.
Yeah, I mean, Comeback Zap is just maintaining all of this space. And, like, obviously they'd love to get a real push in, but they are not overly worried about it because they know that they've been able to maintain so much space throughout all of these games without having to really feel that threat.
Yeah, and that's, I think the defining factor of their playstyle so far is that they've just had such a strong grip on area control that it hasn't really given any of their opponents any opportunities to make their way in. Like, you just see Stan trying to wiggle their way in, but is immediately faced by a 2v1 from Bob Zob, who is now just going off and getting a pick on Sungura as well. That is their main defense, going down immediately, and they have the power clam at the ready. They win this fight, and they already have the follow-up to go with it. That is going to be an extension to their lead on top of that as well. Will they be winning the fight? Probably not, but they don't really need to anymore. They've basically just put themselves in a position where they can hold down mid, they can just keep fighting, and as long as they're trading, like, they're still gonna win this.
Yeah, they're very comfortable with trades right now. They're not too worried about those. And even if somebody doesn't successfully trade, as long as the Squeezer and Nod are up, they're in pretty comfortable spots to just be a nuisance, like we see right there. Nod and Squeezer can just play at such funky angles sometimes that it can be a real struggle for other teams.
You do see Stan here actually using that zip cast to a really good degree, getting into the faces of members of Comeback Zap, but now we are in overtime here. Somebody is going to have to hold on to that power plant for a little bit longer. They do need to make their way over to this basket if they want to buy themselves even more time here, but just this defense has worked out for Comeback Zap very well. They're looking at all of their angles, and that's going to be it. That is the timer, and a very strong set coming out of Comeback Zap, even stronger than they were before.
Yeah, Comeback Zap really just said, okay, you took a couple games off of us before, we figured out how you play, we're just winning now, we're done. We've decided we've won the tournament, and that's more or less what they did. All of their pushes were very dominant. They weren't huge pushes by any means, but they got the push they needed, and then they held the space they needed, and that's all you need for Splatoon.
It really is at the end of the day, and definitely doing their homework in that time period paid off for them tenfold. Said, hey, it's getting late, my bedtime's coming up soon at 12 o'clock. I'd like to get tucked in, so like, can we wrap this up? And definitely working for that 3-0, and very well played.
Yeah, incredibly well played. They did a great job. They actually seemed coordinated in those games versus some of the earlier on ones.
Yeah, finding the rhythm was the key for them ultimately. At the end of the day, that is what won them this tournament. And look, I will retroactively preface everything that I've said about Shadowbolt and say, like, these are good players. I don't hate any of them. I'm expecting them to get more of a rhythm later on, but I do have to... I have to give them a bit of a hard time for that one, for now. But I do encourage them to push themselves even further, because second place is not too shabby, especially for such a new team like it is.
Yes, definitely not. They definitely put on a great show. All of the teams tonight put on really good sets for us to watch, and it was a great time getting to commentate them.
Yeah, and I had a great time with you as well. I had a great time with you. It was some okay sets.
You know, I love encouraging people. You know, I think they were some interesting sets, if nothing else. If nothing else, they put on a show.
It was entertainment. I will say that. And it did open the door for some discussions about the game that I normally don't get to really say when I'm commentating Top Cut. That sounded really shady. Oh my. But with that being said, I miss Proving Grounds, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity tonight to be here. I think this is where we wrap it up, unless there's an ad we need to run. But where can they find you, Nox?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at NoxRaven42.
And you can find me at Siren Banshee, BANSHI, on Twitter, Twitch, whatever the else is. My thing is on screen now, so that's pretty great. And yeah, that'll be it. I think we are going to be going to raid Leafy after this, so definitely show her some love. She's a very strong player. If you're here, I would hope you already know who Leafy is, but hey, if you don't, this is a great opportunity.